Hello, and welcome to this, our 158th live stream, Biblically Accurate Harsh Language. This is, of course, an homage to our Monday video, which was a biblically accurate death threat, which relates to Genesis 31:49, for which we made new merch. Here it is, our stylish death threat coffee mug, which has this verse: "May the Lord keep watch between you and me when we are away from each other." And that's going to be the limit to the biblically accurate harsh language on the channel tonight. We hope. Okay. We also want to make sure that you guys join us on Tuesday for part 6 of our Assassin's Creed live play. So far, it's been really fun. Last week, we had a hippo fight. And we also went to the Saqqara pyramid, the step pyramid, and it was awesome. Really, really awesome. Okay? Okay, so we also, again, want to remind you guys also about the the tour of Egypt in the Bible. That's coming up next March. Reservations will be due soon, so if you want to sign up for that, please do so, because you don't want to miss out on this. Okay? So, with that said, one other thing. There's one other piece of housekeeping. Wednesday, I'm going to be on BK Apologist's channel talking about the conscious community's response to the Exodus. So, if you want to see that, go on to BK Apologist's channel and check it out. So, with that said, the rules are the same as always, which is Super Chats have priority. No surprise there. We do take non-super chat questions, but you have to put a Q and a colon in front of it. That way we know it's directed to us and not to somebody else on the live chat. Only post a non-super chat question once. We do not allow question spamming. If anyone question spams, your question will be disqualified for the evening. All right? If it's a verse in the Bible or a word from a foreign language, we need a little bit of context. So if it's a verse in the Bible, we ask that you put in what book it's from, what chapter it's from, and what verse it's from, so we can just narrow down the passage so we aren't talking out of smoke. The other thing is, we also ask that if it's from a foreign language, tell me what language you think it's in and what you think it means. This helps us to narrow things down. And finally, we also ask if you support or sponsor a non-super chat, please repeat the question that you're sponsoring in the super chat or right after it, so we don't have to hunt high and low for it. Because we're just discovering as these go on that this is just taking too much time. Also, one question per super chat. This helps us keep things nice and organized. So with that said, that's all the housekeeping. Let's get into the harsh questions, okay? Okay, our first question of the night here is going to be from Darkblade. And he asks, how did Jesus appear to the 12, 1 Corinthians 15:5, Judas predeceased him, Matthew 27:550, and Matthias wasn't chosen until after the ascension, Acts 1:9-26. Okay, here's what it is. The 12 is a title. It's a designation. It's not a count. Okay? So it's kind of like saying, let's say you have a administrative body of some court, like the Supreme Court. Okay? And you say, oh, we're going to go appear in front of the 9. 9 would be a synonym for the Supreme Court. If there's a vacancy on the court, you would still say, I appeared before the 9. Even if there's only 8 sitting judges at the time. Or 7 or what. Because 9 is a designation for the Supreme Court. It's a synonym. Likewise, the 12 is a synonym for Christ's 12 apostles. It's a designation, not a specific count, right? So that's what's happening there in 1 Corinthians 15:5. It's the term 12 has taken on a meaning that's greater than just the physical count of people. All right? So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. It's a great question. Second question here is from Konk Zovar. Sorry, I watched that. And he asks, why did Hezekiah use scarab imagery in his seals? Just political engineering, or was there something about scarab imagery applicable to God? Okay, now we have to kind of understand that when we talk about iconography in the ancient Near East, it was not tied to a specific religion. Yes, things like the scarab, the ankh, the wadjet disc, these are symbols that came out from Egypt. But they were also symbols that could be repurposed to other religions. You know, if you take a look at the scarab and it means, say, a manifestation, okay, that's not specific to, say, Egypt or the god Khepru or even the sun god, the Khepr. It can also mean other deities as well. And it was often used as a placeholder for a deity. So, understanding that, you could easily take that symbol and adapt it to Yahweh worship. And that's what the Israelites did. They took those Egyptian symbols and they adapted it to Yahweh worship. They weren't worshiping other gods with those symbols. They were simply adapting those symbols for Yahweh worship. Like the Ankh. Ankh means life. Well, why can't Yahweh also have an aspect that shows life as well? He is the creator of life after all. So these symbols are really, really easily adaptable to other deities and other religions in the ancient Near East. And Israelite religion just did this too. Okay? So, said, hope that helped. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Oh, let's see what's that here. Womb to Tomb says, Dr. Falk is so smart. You're going to make my head swell. Not a good thing. Okay. Next non-super chat here is from Joshua Samuel Hamilton. And he asks, how much liberty did an ancient scribe have with what was dictated to them? Sorry, I can't donate. I don't make enough to, but I really appreciate your work. That's cool. That's totally cool. You know, the fact is that we started these Friday night live streams to be a service to the community anyway. Now, it just so happens that they are now, how do I say this? They're providing our livelihood now. But we didn't intend it to be that way. So we always are trying to look for questions that are interesting. And if it's interesting, we'll take it. We'll take it because interesting questions are so cool. That's why we're here, is for interesting questions. Okay? So don't worry about the fact you can't donate. You know, if you want to do something for us, pray for us. We can always use prayer. I mean, we fight struggles in the background that you guys can't even imagine. So we do need your prayers and your moral support. If you can donate, that's fantastic. We could really use it, but it's not necessary either. Okay. Now, how much liberty did an ancient scribe have? Not very much. Okay. If the scribe was doing his own work, then with that was not on commission, then he might have had a little more liberty. But the fact is that most scribes did piecework. They're clerks. They're essentially clerks. So they would do things such as receipts. Most of their work was involved receipts, contracts, tabulating amounts of grain, doing a registry of slaves that happen to be in somebody's employment. Clerical work. 99% of scribal work was clerical work. And Egypt had this vast bureaucracy that required huge amounts of clerical work. So they had very little latitude in what they did, and most of their work was very boring, really. Tabulating grain amounts. Tabulating the amount of meat that was produced. Tabulating the amount of flax. Lists and lists and lists of stuff. Calculating taxes. They were responsible for calculating taxes for a household. So, there are a whole lot of things. Alexis, ancient office job. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, it's a ancient white collar office job. He's an accountant. Scribes of the ancient world were accountants. Bean counters. They were bean counters. So, yeah, they had very, very little creative flexibility in their work. All right? So, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. And there's one other one I wanted to take here before we get started in the super chats here. And all 10, 11. All right. And this came from Ferdinand Sanders, who asks, did Nefertari die before her son Amenhotep? Is there a possible relation between her death and the Exodus? The answer to that is it doesn't appear so. Okay? Amenhotep died in the 25th year, regnal year of Ramses II. Nefertari seems to have died around the 35th year. So she seems to die about 10 years later. She's still alive at the inauguration of Abu Simbel in the 25th year. And she's still around for about 10 more years. So, she seems to have lived until, as I said, about the 35th year of Ramses II's reign. So she lives on. She lives on. And it's only after her death in the 35th year that Ramses II starts making requests of the Hittites for a wife. Okay? And that negotiation, that back and forth negotiation, seems to have resulted in the daughter of Hattusili III being made the great queen under Ramses II. Okay? So, I hope that helped. Thank you for the question. Great question. And I hope that helped. Okay. All right, I think we're now on to the super chats. That was actually pretty quick here, 20 minutes. Ooh. Okay, first question here is, was Amun, king of Judah, named after the god Amun? I'm just going to have to take a quick look at that because I didn't look that up. All right, let's see here. Does not appear so on the surface. Just looking at we'll just take here 1 Kings 22:26 here. Ammon begins with an aleph. Aleph, mem, vav, nun. Okay? Now, in Egyptian, Amun, the god Amun, is not Amun. It's Emun. Okay? It's actually different consonants. It's a reed leaf I, a mem, and then a nun, or an N. So basically a reed leaf, a owl, and a wave pattern. Okay? So that's Amun in Egyptian. Now, the rules of transliteration from Egyptian to Hebrew are very specific. So in this particular case, we would not expect an aleph to be part of that transliteration. More likely, you would find an ayin at the beginning of that particular transliteration. Or basically or chopped off altogether. That would be more common. So in more common in this case, if it had been named after the god Amun, it would be more likely to be Moon. Okay? Or Amun, as in the ayin instead. So it just isn't something that would transliterate to Hebrew in this way. So there's also another thing here too, which is that Amun in Hebrew does have a Semitic meaning, or Amun, sorry. Amun in Hebrew does have a Semitic meaning, which is so now it was master workman. It's Israelite meaning. So it does have a meaning in Hebrew. It's that is basically a Semitic meaning. So this is what we call for example, in languages, false friends. Friends that sound similar, and because they sound similar, there's a perception of relation when there really isn't. This is often the case, happens especially when you have a third language basically getting in between. In this case, English. Okay? Like, for example, Amun is the Egyptian translation of Imun. And Amun is an English translation of Amun. Okay? From the Hebrew. So the English makes the two appear closer than they would in their original languages. Okay? So, anyway, I don't think they're related. It'd be incredulous if they were related. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. The next one here is from AT Ministries, who has a stack of them tonight. He also happens to be the sponsor of the Assassin's Creed live play. Okay. For $4.99, and he asks the question, which I don't quite understand here. Does lie in you shall not lie? Oh, okay. Me not telling the truth or malicious deception? Oh, you shall not lie. Is there a command that you shall not lie? I don't think there's a command for that. It's bear false witness. Yeah, it's definitely then a language thing, yeah. Not bear. Yeah. Bear false witness is a legal thing. Don't lie in court. Okay. That's so, there's actually no commandment that you shall not lie. So when it talks about false witness, it means you're in a courtroom, you've been asked to give a truthful testimony to the court, and you say something else that's not true. Or you are in a situation where you are basically compelled and expected to tell the truth. Like you're filling out a legal affidavit, or you're doing a test where you're basically are supposed to be, this is your honest try at this. You're not cheating. So, there is no real commandment to not lie, because there are times when you should not always tell the exact truth. Okay, so but let's get into this though. Just in the far as the do not bear false witness commandment. It is that you are doing a malicious deception, as well as not telling the truth. Okay, so there is that aspect of it, that there is malicious deception involved, but it's also in doing so you're not telling the truth. So it's a bit of both. Now, what is moral compatibilism? Okay, moral compatibilism is that you try to follow the highest moral command in whatever situation you're in. Okay, so the Nazis come to your door, knock, knock, knock. Are you hiding Jews in there? The answer's no. I'm not hiding Jews, thank you. Because it's a higher moral command to save a life than to tell the truth. So, even though say objective morality would say that lying is wrong in every situation, it is less wrong. There are degrees of wrong and degrees of right. It is more right to save a life than to save $1,000 in your bank account. Okay, both may be goods. One is morally superior to the other. Okay, so moral compatibilism says that whatever moral situation you're in, you follow the highest law. And that seems to be the best sort of way to navigate those moral conundrum. Yeah. Yeah, this is different than, this is not culture, this is not moral relativism. Okay? We got to stress that too. This is not moral relativism. Moral relativism is do what you think does the most good or makes you feel best or is good for you. It is something that is an objective evaluation of what is right and what are the degrees of right. Just because, say, moral evaluations have degrees doesn't mean that they are necessarily relative. Yes, to one another, yes, but there is an absolute moral rightness to these things. Okay, so we're not talking here about moral relativism, but compatibilism does express that these are always going to be either good or right or wrong, but the degrees to which you are involved here, if you have something that's a big good and you have to achieve the big good by the small wrong, you go with the big good. You still lied to the Nazis every time. Because they're Nazis. Okay? So that's what moral relativism is, or moral compatibilism is, sorry. That's moral compatibilism, and frankly, you know what? This also affects people in their daily lives too. I've heard guys say, "Oh, when your wife comes up to you and says, do these pants make my butt look big?" Do not say, "Oh yeah, it makes it look enormous." She should slap you for that, dude. No. Telling the truth is not license to be hurtful with what you say. Not license to be hurtful with what you say. And I've seen it too often in Christian churches where people say, "Oh, I have to tell the truth, so here it is. It's going to rip a scab off, but hey, it's the truth." Exactly. And my producer says, it's telling the truth in love. Okay? It's telling the truth in love. Yeah. If it's not in love, keep your mouth shut. There are ways you can tell your wife that that might not be the best outfit. That is not hurtful. Okay? Be mindful. Be mindful of what you say. Because you'll have to give an account for every idle word. Every idle word will be judged. Okay. So with that said, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. 18 ministers for 199. Was Egypt the breadbasket of the Greco-Roman era? Yes, it was. And he follows up with a question, which I think is worth taking as well at the same time. 499. Thank you for the super chat. How could Egypt give away so much food when food was so scarce? And he refers to Genesis here, but this also refers to the Greco-Roman period too, when food was so scarce there throughout their history. Okay. Called redirected agriculture. Okay. Now, in general, most of Egypt lived through a time of, say, basically knife-edge agriculture, where people about 35% of the time were eating less than what they really needed. Okay? But there were times when they had plenty. You know, if there was a if the Nile River was at a very high level, they would get a bumper crop. That happened. And so that's why taxation was based upon the height of the river. They've got these things in Egypt called nilometers. And they're basically these pits that were on the edge of the water. And there's a few nilometers that you can go see today. There's one, I remember one at a really cool one at the Temple of Khnum on Elephantini. There's a nilometer there that's still in the water, okay, and has fish in it. So it's really awesome. But when the inundation would rise, there would be markings on the nilometer, and that would indicate how much taxes you would be owing that year. So, if there was if the river hit a high that year, you were expected to produce a bumper crop, and you probably did produce a lot more food than you normally did. The other thing that they would do is they would redirect agriculture, especially, say, during times when a national crisis or when a suzerain took over, they would often redirect agriculture. Like, for example, at the time of Genesis, for example, during the time of the Hyksos, there was probably more, for example, there was less focus on, say, flax and linen production. Those fields were probably plowed down and used for, say, food production, like barley and emmer. Okay? So they had some latitude to redirect food distribution as such. During the Greco-Roman period, they would do the same thing. They would reduce the amount of flax that was made, because you could make flax all over the Roman Empire. So they would reduce the amount of flax that was made and use the flax fields for, say, emmer and barley again. Now you get to the Islamic times, and they really are harsh. Okay? When Islam takes over Egypt, one of the things that happens is they redirect agriculture, but what they do is they stop producing food. They take the emmer and the barley fields and turn them into cotton fields. They cut down all the papyrus, they maximize the amount of land, and they produce cotton. Because the Islamic overlords are going to take that cotton and they are going to export it to the East for cash. This redirection of agriculture during the Islamic period results in the death of 2 million people. It was one of the most horrific things that ever happened to Egypt. So, As my producer says, the indigenous people know the land. Alexis says, dang, that's cruel. Why cotton? Because they could get money for it. Cotton was in high demand in Persia and India and even into China. And Islam, the Islamic overlords of Egypt, were selling that cotton for money, essentially. Yeah, it was really bad, really bad. Okay, yeah, cotton has a pretty ugly history wherever it goes. It's just there's not much to say about other than that, you know, cotton is just one of those crops that just you kind of wish it wasn't that way, but it's labor intensive. It's hard to produce. It requires certain warm weather conditions. Um, you know, it's got a jaded history with the American South. It's got a jaded history worldwide. It's not like flax. Interestingly enough, we never see this with flax. You know, flax, wherever flax goes, new industries, new jobs. Like for example, there's one incident where, like for example, in the Netherlands, flax farmers were considered to be an elite group. They would walk through town in the middle of like at 6 a.m. in the morning, hooting and hollering and waking up the mayor because they could get away with it. Because they were that important to the industry. Okay? So, but cotton was not like that. Cotton was backbreaking, awful work. And yeah, it was just terrible. Just everywhere it goes, everywhere it's planted, it just means misery. Well, everyone loves the end product. The end product's really nice to wear. I mean, I'm wearing cotton right now. I mean, it's hot right now here. So, okay. So that should answer the agricultural questions. Thank you very much for the super chats. Very much appreciated. I hope that helped. Next one here from AT Ministry for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. May Christians use the oil? Exodus 30, 32 to 31 to 32. Now, this is the holy anointing oil. Let's pull up our Bible here. Okay. Exodus 30. 31. Okay. To 32. And we're actually going to talk a little bit about it. We'll read a little more than that. And the text says, and you shall, verse 31, and you shall speak to the sons of Israel, saying, this shall be your holy anointing oil to me throughout your generations. It shall not be poured on anyone's body, nor shall you make any like it in the same proportions, as it is holy, and it shall be holy to you. Whoever shall mix the like, any like it, or whoever puts any of it on a layman shall be cut off from his people. Then the Lord said to Moses, take for yourself spices, stacte, which is a kind of gum, onca, which we're not sure, galbanon, which is a kind of, this is actually a kind of incense, a kind of tree resin. Spices with pure frankincense, another tree resin, and there shall be equal part of each. You shall make incense a perfume, the work of a pure perfumer, salted, pure, and holy. Okay. Now, it's not that anyone couldn't make it. It was only designated for certain use. And it had to be made by a professional perfumer. So now, it's an anointing oil that is that was used in the temple of the Lord. Now, one of the things about this is that this law is applicable under the ceremonial law. which means it has been completed in Christ. Because it has been completed in Christ, the stricture does not apply in the same way. Now, if you're able to even find these ingredients, I mean, that's going to be a huge problem right there. There's no agreement what these ingredients even mean anymore. So your ability to make this stuff is very limited. Very, very limited. Given that you have the ingredients, can you use it? Is it possible? But, I mean, first of all, you would have to have equal parts of all. And then you would have to take it to a perfumer. Okay. We just have to wing it. I mean, I've got, like, I think I've got frankincense here on the desk. But, you know, your ability to get these ingredients is, I mean, these are rare ingredients, you know, so it would take quite a bit of work just to even identify these ingredients. So, yeah, it's one of those hypotheticals. If you had all the ingredients, could you use it? Well, there's two questions there too. You know, could you use it or should you use it? Should you use it? Probably not. Could you use it? Probably. Is it permissible? Well, okay. It says if you look, I mean, even if the penalty applies here, you'll be cut off from your people. Other Israelites? That's what it's talking about here with other people. Okay? So, I mean, unless you're an observant Jew, you know, it's probably, I mean, the penalty won't even apply to you. So I think it's one of those things where if you want to be respectful, to the ordinances of the Lord, you probably shouldn't do it. Okay? Is it permissible? Can you do it? Yeah. Actually, there is a case you could use it. Like, for example, I mean, if you were like starting a home church, and you needed a kind of anointing oil, there's no reason why you couldn't use it for the purpose it was intended, which was to anoint. You know, there are processes in, say, the church that still use anointing oils. Like, for example, chrismation. Like, for example, like certain churches like the Eastern Orthodox and the Roman Catholic Church, and even churches like the Free Methodists. I know the Free Methodists did chrismation. Because I was chrismated under the Free Methodist Church. You know, they will baptize you and then they will anoint you with oil. Okay? So, under those circumstances, I think it's still acceptable. Now, there's also the fact, too, that that's probably not the same oil that they were using in the temple. But if you happen to have the ingredients and you did make it and it was there, it could still probably be used for that purpose. But again, you know, it would probably be also disrespectful to say, go take a bath and then just say, I don't want to use my regular cologne, I'm going to use holy anointing oil instead. Have some common sense here, okay? Just exercise a little common sense. So, again, the law here is fulfilled. It doesn't apply anymore. But again, just because the law doesn't apply anymore doesn't mean you should go out and just do anything you want. All right? So, it's not a cut and dry thing exactly, but I hope that gives you some moral guidance here. All right? So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I hope that helped. All right, to the next one here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. And he asks, were you able to identify that cartouche from Tuesday? Not exactly. As soon as you posted this today, it's like, oh, I forgot to look that up. So I kind of scrambled to look it up after you posted this. And I did figure out, first of all, that cartouche is not Zozer's. It's none of Zozer's cartouches. So even though it's supposed to be on his statue, there is no way that belongs to Zozer. Okay, figured that out. That was real easy to figure out. Okay, so then, whose cartouches are they? One of them looked like the cartouche of Sobek Hotep II, who was a very minor king in the 13th dynasty. The other one I still can't figure out. But then again, I didn't have long to look it up either. So, yeah, Mama, Zozer cartouche debunked. Debunked! Yeah, definitely not Zozer's. Zozer's is a very specific cartouche, so it's pretty easy to figure out. But this is because it's got an arm and a club in the hand, so you figure out what if it was Zozer's very quickly, and none of those cartouches had that. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat, and I'll look into this a little more. Maybe I'll find it, but who knows? All right. Darkblade. So this cartouche is severely anachronistic. Oh yeah, all the cartouches in Assassin's Creed are super anachronistic. Okay, I mean it's real. They're really anachronistic. Okay, next one here from AT Ministries, $1.99. Why should Strong's be burned? Ooh. Strong's Concordance should be burned because it's woefully out of date. It was out of date when it was published. Now that takes something. Well, not really, but hey. Yeah, concordances are not easy to do. But already when Strong published this at the end of the 19th century, 19th dynasty. Yeah, that's where my head is at the moment. When Strong's Concordance was already criticized, like only a couple years after it was published, for being out of date and not very nuanced. We have to understand that already at the time of Strong's Concordance, there were other lexicons out there already that were better than Strong's. A lot better than Strong's. Like Thayer's was already out, and it was better. So, the problem with Strong's Concordance overall, though, is it has a concordant meaning for any word. So you look up a word in Strong's Concordance, and it'll be the same definition, regardless of history or context. And Mama asks, what about Strong's Exhaustive Concordance? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. We are talking about here Strong's Exhaustive Concordance. Yeah. My producer says that, those of you who are not professional academics love Strong's Concordance, but you really probably shouldn't. Hebrew goes through 3 stages called Classical Hebrew, Middle Hebrew, and Late Hebrew. And words can change depending on what time they were written down. Okay, the meanings change. Meanings change over time. And if you look at, for example, a concordance such as Halot, Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon under the Old Testament, which is now today considered the gold standard. Halot, breaks down its definitions into those time periods of Middle Hebrew, Classical Hebrew, and Late Hebrew. And it will heavily nuance the specific meanings of words. So even back in, like, say, the early 20th century, Strong's Exhaustive Concordance was already, on the way out. It was not being used by professionals even when it first came out. So today, I just don't think there's any excuse to use it. It should be burned. It's just leading people into wrong definitions of words. Darkblade. Which is worth more, Strong's Concordance or the paper and ink used to make it? Definitely the paper and ink. You're going to get more out of putting it on a fire, and you're at least going to get a toasty warm fire for a night. Dewey says, imagine if your Latin dictionary was crippled to nothing more than a Dewey Reams plus Vulgate collation. That's Strong's, but it's KJV plus Old Testament, New Testament. Yeah, about it. And it's concordant, too. It's even worse. It's even worse. Yeah. So you're going to use the wrong word most of the time. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. So, for example, the best lexicons out there at the moment, for the Bible, are Halot and Bagda for the New Testament. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Back up here. 18 Ministries here for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Did you reach out to Gavin about the Josh Bowen thing? No, I didn't. I don't have any contact with Gavin Ortland. Something weird's kind of happened with all that. Something very strange. Sentinel Apologetics was supposed to have a online sort of discussion with Gavin over the Josh Bowen thing. And all of a sudden, Gavin went silent. Okay? I have a strong suspicion that Gavin bought the Bowen sob story hook, line, and sinker. That's how he deflects criticism. Okay? Basically, Bowen arranges a one-on-one talk with you, and then he tells you about his whole life story about how he's been so mistreated and misfortune has fallen upon him, and don't hurt me, I'm small. Don't hurt me, I'm small. Okay? I'm just a mouse. I'm small. Don't hurt me. Don't criticize me. Don't criticize me, I'm small. And a lot of Christians, buy into it. Yeah. He uses the story because it works. He uses the story because it works. And a lot of Christians will stop criticizing him out of Christian love and charity. when they're actually being used. Okay? The naivety of some Christians is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. You know, there's going to be no rewards in heaven for sinful stupidity. Say that. Darkblade goes, I bet that strategy would have no effect on someone like David Wood. Yeah, and it doesn't have any effect on me either. I mean, I'm not a psychopath like David Wood, but it doesn't have any effect on me. You know, I mean, I listened to him. I gave him a fair hearing, and you know what? I didn't change anything.
Of his academic argument.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, okay, this is an appeal to emotion. Why? How does that affect your arguments in any way? You know, it's just like bubble machines. Storytelling is the best way to sell something. It is. It is. He who tells the best story wins. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, okay. No, I mean, I grew up around diplomat kids. Well, one thing you learn about growing up around diplomat kids is, you know, not to be manipulated. Okay. I mean, diplomats manipulate each other, try to manipulate each other all the time. Okay. I mean, you gotta be pretty savvy around that if you want to not lose your lunch money. No, so from what it sounds like, Gavin drank the Kool-Aid. But we don't know for sure. Okay, we want to be clear about that. We don't know for sure, but it's looking like that's the case. Okay.
It's the
Exegetical Apologetic says, unfortunately, Dr. Michael Brown bought Bowen's sob story. Yeah, I would say it works like 80%, 90% of the time. It's very effective. Yeah, I mean, Michael Brown bought it. IP brought it for a time. You know, even even Sentinel bought it for a time, and so did Converse Contender. I mean, Bowen for the longest time had most of the apologists on YouTube in his back pocket because they bought the sob story. But, you know, I knew he was trying to play me. So it's just like, yeah, no, I'm not buying it, sorry. All right, so back to the super chats here. But yeah, Michael Brown bought it. A lot of them bought it. That's why he can still keep saying the stuff he says. Because he'll keep talking smack and no one will touch him. That's why no one will touch him, though, because they've bought the sob story. All right. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries here for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Great stream Tuesday. Hope to see you all there. Yep. Definitely hope to see you all there. I don't know what's going to be next on the itinerary of Virtual Egypt, but Assassin's Creed Origins has been an interesting run so far. It's definitely been interesting, especially when they did a really good job. They did a really good job of the step pyramid at Saqqara. Really good job. They didn't have the labyrinth, and you couldn't get into the burial chamber, unfortunately. But But they did have the galleries, and the galleries were spectacular. They really did a good job on the galleries. Beautifully done. So, hope to see you there Tuesday, 4 p.m. Pacific time. Okay, 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Tantra? Remember you mentioning it before. I'm not sure what you mean by this. Could you clarify? If you could clarify this, I might be able to figure it out, but I'm not really sure what you mean by this. Okay. Okay. Tom Perez asks, what was Bo and Sob story? I'm assuming church drama or spiritual deconstruction thing. Oh, no. Oh, no, it's nothing like that. No, it had to do with his kids and his marriages. Okay. He'll give you his whole life story. Okay. Like, he had an unreasonable first wife. With he had kids, and after his degree, he got this fellowship in Germany, and she didn't want to go. So he goes, and while he's over in Germany, she files for divorce. Okay, so he comes back and he does his PhD, meets his second wife, and they fight for the kids. Because his first wife's now with an abusive man. And during this custody battle, he gets a fellowship at Brown University, wins custody of the kids, and then says, the lawyer tells him, well, you got the kids now. Can't go anywhere out of town. Can't leave the town anymore. So, he has to give up his academic dreams. And become a construction worker. Poor guy. And then he's got disease on top of it. Poor guy. How does any of this explain you talking smack about Christian academics? What? Huh? What's the relevance here? Oh, yeah, he'll give you the whole life story. Yeah, he'll give you his whole life story. I talked to him for I think it was 2 hours. He gave me the whole life story. More detail than I ever wanted. Yeah. And then he's got now 2 kids. He's got 2 kids from his former marriage. His second wife has got 2 kids from her former marriage. They've got now a kid together. They're both rainbow people now. They've both come out as rainbow people. They're facing persecution now, left, right, and center. It's like, what? How does this explain any of your behavior? How does this explain that you're just a nasty human being who treats others really poorly? I don't get it. The haystack. Deflection and projection. Yeah. More or less. It's more or less deflection and projection. So. BC. I'm oppressed. I can do what I want. Mm-hmm. Bubba Homeschool. Love thine enemy. True. Love your enemy, but don't be in their firing solution. Okay? Just saying. If they got a gun at you, don't be in their line of sight. Just saying. Little wisdom helps. Just... Okay.
No.
Yeah, enough of them. Okay. Let's get back to super chats here. AT Ministries, when can we expect your book on the plagues of Egypt? A lot of people talk how God judged the gods of Egypt, and I want to comment but have no reference. Okay. Still ways out, unfortunately. Still working on that proposal. Has not been sent to the publisher yet. Still, as I say, I'm still working on it. I got a rough draft complete, but I still need to polish it. I have been working on some other projects right now, so it's taking a little bit of a backseat, but I'm hoping to pick it up again really shortly. So, hopefully, it will be at least a year. At least a year. Probably closer to 2. If I gauge these things correctly, probably close to 2 years. Okay? So, that should give you some estimation of when it comes out, if it's accepted by the publisher. Okay. TBD for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Sponsoring Darkblade's question about the plagues. Okay. Let's go back and find it. And here is the question. Who in Egypt would have known of the plagues and the Exodus while they were happening? Would they have been forgotten in Egypt by the time of Ramses III? Does biblical text exaggerate their severity? Okay, a couple of questions. There's actually 3 questions here. Who would have known about the plagues and the Exodus while they were happening? Probably people living in the Nile Delta. That's where most of the plagues took place. It doesn't seem to have been in the upper Nile region, but it does seem to be mostly restricted to the lower Nile. Now, plagues like the Plague of Blood would have been seen in the upper Nile, but the hailstones and the darkness, that probably would have been restricted to the lower Nile only. So, it's almost all going to have centered around the city of Ramses. So, mostly it would have been Egyptians who were living in during the time of Ramses II that would have known about this. Second question, would they have been forgotten in Egypt by the time of Ramses III? Probably. By the time of Ramses III, a lot had happened. Okay, you had 2 civil wars in Egypt between Ramses II and Ramses III. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, you had the civil war between Amamesis and Seti II, and you had the civil war between Taweret and Setnacht. Okay? So you had 2 civil wars in Egypt after Ramses II and before Ramses III. So that would have definitely have taken precedence over, say, this little sort of plague thing that happened in Lower Egypt. Okay? The next thing is, does the biblical text exaggerate their severity? It doesn't exaggerate it, but one of the things that we do as we read it is we can exaggerate it as we read it. And I think that's really important to keep in mind here, is that we often, because we are separated from its context, we often import our own context into the reading of the text. Like, for example, most of our reading of the book of Exodus is influenced by movies more than anything else, more than the preacher in the pulpit. You know, our 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 view of the Exodus and the biblical text is influenced more by Cecil B. DeMille and Moses, Prince of Egypt. Well, Cecil B. DeMille got a lot right, yeah, but not everything. No, he wasn't as bad as Disney. But most people today are more influenced by Disney than their pastor. And they're taking that Disneyfied idea of the Exodus and pouring that into the text. It's the only context they have. It's the only real context they have for this. So, yeah, I mean, you're talking here about 100 years, roughly. 80 to 100 years between Ramses II and Ramses III. I mean, it's a long stretch of time. So, as far as the plagues, who knew about the plagues? I mean, the plagues were, in some ways, these are hypernatural events. These are events that take place every so often in Egypt anyway. They're events that occur on a semi-regular basis, not to the same extreme. And I think that's one of the things we have to sort of separate here, is that most of the plagues that we see in Egypt have happened at some point in Egypt's past, before the Exodus. So, if they've happened before the Exodus, it shouldn't really surprise me that it happened during the Exodus. Yeah. Yeah. My producer points out here that we're often taught that these are unique, one-off events by God. And the Bible never says this. The Bible never says they're unique. The Bible never says they're one-off events. We have poured that into the text from our Western context. So there's... So the biblical text doesn't exaggerate it, but when people read it, they are reading it with a certain lens, a certain Western lens that comes out exaggerating it. It's not the text that exaggerates, it's our context, our Western context, that ends up exaggerating the text. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And thank you for the sponsored question. Okay. I want to thank Jack Ray for 10 Egypt and the Bible memberships. We appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you so very much. It helps. The Haystack for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. In the story of Kurapag, all right, I don't know who this is. Who's Kurapag? You shall not make an inspection of a man, the flood will give it back to you. What is the context for flood in this? I don't even know what this is from. I have never heard of this story. Is this a Mormon text? Yeah, I don't know this. Yeah, I don't know this story at all. I've never heard of this before. If anyone has any idea what this is from, let me know. Oh, is this the Father Zarasudra's Mesopotamian flood story? Okay. Father Zarasudra's Mesopotamian. Yeah, I haven't read that. So I would have to go. It looks like a Mesopotamian father of Zarathustra, Mesopotamian flood story. Yeah, I haven't read that. So I'd have to go back and look at that. I know there's a lot of flood stories out there. I don't actually keep track of them all. So I tend to keep more track of late Bronze Age literature. So if it was done in late Bronze Age, I'm pretty familiar with it. But if it's like earlier than that, I'm not so familiar. So okay, but thank you for explaining that. I'll have to track that down and take a look at it. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very appreciated. Again, I'd have to look at this some more. Okay, let me explain. Followers of the Shepherd asks a member question. Was Jesus turning water into wine a reference to Moses turning water to blood? Ah. How do I say this? To some extent. Okay, it's not necessarily an extent to turning the water into blood. It is water magic. Okay? Now let me explain what water magic is and how it's relevant. This is really important. One of the signs of a true prophet in Israel is the ability to do water magic. Okay? Yeah, I know we're going to get comments about the last water bender. Okay. Okay. It's going to happen. Okay, the last water bender. But it is a similar principle. Okay? In places like in Egypt and in, say, Israel, sages, magicians, prophets. One of the signs of a true prophet is the ability to manipulate water. In the case of Moses, you did have the water turning to blood, but more importantly, you had the splitting of the sea. Joshua splits the Jordan. Elijah splits the Jordan. Jetty folds water like a cloth. This is water magic. The ability to manipulate water was the sign of a true prophet. So, if Jesus comes and he says, "Okay, we're out of wine, help me," and he says, "Okay, bring me some water," and something spectacular happens to that water, that's water magic. That's the sign of a true prophet in Israel. False prophets can't do water magic. And Jesus does this several times. Okay? He does it first with the marriage at Cana, where he turns the water into wine. But that's not the only time he does it. When he walks on the water, I mean, in the ancient world, it was thought that, a really, really impressive prophet could run on water and not sink. Okay? But to walk on water? To walk on water in the middle of a storm? That's crazy water magic. It might have been Elisha. I don't remember. Gaius. It was one of the two. I think everyone gets those two mixed up. But Jesus walks on the water. That's water magic. We see something similar in Egypt where where one of the signs of, say, a magician, a true magician, was the ability to hitch a ride across the Nile on the back of a crocodile. You'd stand on the back of the crocodile and you'd hitch a ride across. That was considered the sign of a true magician. Somebody who had that power. Yeah, Patui says here, water magic is a good take, though. Very contemporary for the first century miracle worker, like Honi the circle drawer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is. And if you wanted to be the sign, it was the true sign of a prophet to be able to manipulate water. Okay? So, this as the first miracle that Jesus performs is really significant. Okay? It's really significant because he's not starting here with the small stuff. You know, he's not starting off. I mean, look, the feeding of the 4,000. That's small. That's chump change for a prophet. That's chump change. Anyone can do that. I can't, but any prophet can do that. But a true prophet, he can manipulate water. Yeah, well, given a big enough kitchen, you can feed 10,000, but hey. May not be a prophet, but a darn good cook, huh? But yeah, this is the sign of a true prophet in ancient Israel. The ability to manipulate water, to bend water, to part water, to do miracles involving water. It's, as I said, it's the best way to describe it is water magic. It's not really magic, but it is miracles involving water. So when basically Jesus changes the substance of the water to wine, and not grape juice. Sorry, guys. Sorry, you Baptists. It's not grape juice. It's 17 proof grape juice. Sorry, 30 proof. It's 30 proof, I guess. 30 proof grape juice, because it was good wine. Yeah. Yeah, if you see good wine, that's a synonym in the ancient world for high octane. So, so anyway. What was the question again? Yeah. I was talking about the, let's see here. Oh yeah, this is the original question was Jesus turning water into wine a reference to Moses turning the water into blood? Not specifically, but that's part of it. Okay. Moses is showing himself as being a true prophet through the manipulation of water here. But it's not necessarily that per se. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that helped. Jack Ray gifted another 10 memberships. Thank you very much, Jack. We really appreciate your support of the channel, especially this month. We really do appreciate it. TBD for $1. Thank you for the super sticker here. And he adds a comment. Sorry, I posted my super chat sponsoring Dark Blaze question before you said to repeat the question. Don't worry about it. It's a fairly new rule. We've had it now for 3 weeks, so don't worry about it. We're good. So we're all fine. But thank you very much for the super sticker. We do appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from Addison Weir. Good to see you here tonight. And for $4.99, thank you for the super chat. And he says, I briefly joined the Assassin's Creed livestream last week, and the first thing I saw was Dr. Funk dying, laugh out loud. Oh, there was one portion of that where we were stuck trying to take a village for an hour. Yeah, that was not a good quest. Not a fun quest. But we went an hour longer too, so we compensated for that. So the fact that we were stuck in a village for an hour, we compensated with an extra hour of viewing time. So right after we took that village, we went to Saqqara and looked at the Step Pyramid. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Yeah, you did see me probably die, and you'll probably see me die some more. It's not a way. The fact is, we're trying to get through this game to show you the most content and evaluate the most content as quick as possible. We've contracted with AT Ministries to do 24 hours. Okay? Really 24 hours of regular play, or 21 hours of regular play, 3 hours of one of the modules, one of the DLCs. And those hours are going real fast. Now, the problem is the main quest of the game is supposed to take 30 hours if you rush. Obviously, we're not going to make it through the whole quest, the whole play. As long as you're not dead, Dr. Fox's mama. I wonder how the drinking game went. I think somebody got a lot of milk. I hope you weren't lactose intolerant for that. Mm. Mm-hmm. That's not in the Bible. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Blue asks, who folds water like a cloth in the Bible? Name, please. It was actually not a biblical figure. It was actually an Egyptian sage called Jedi. And it occurs in a papyrus called Papyrus Westcar. Okay? He is... Okay, should we talk about the story of Jedi? No, okay. Khufu, it's because it talks about Khufu. The king who built the Great Pyramid, the biggest pyramid in Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Okay, Khufu was a dirty old man. Okay, we'll just leave it at that. Bubble Machine wants story time. Okay, can I please? Okay, we'll do the PG version. The PG version of Jedi. Okay. One day, Jedi is bored. He's a king, you know. Please, Bubble Machine. Okay. No, I did not say the R version. PG. Okay. Okay. King Khufu, he's built his great pyramid. Now he's bored. He's an older king. He's just so bored. Oh, royal life is just boring, and he wants to be entertained. Okay, so he calls his magician Jedi, and he says to Jedi, "I'm bored. Entertain me." And Jedi says, "Okay, we'll entertain you. Get all the harem, get your royal harem, you know, all your wives, and have them in a boat, and they're going to row on the Nile without any clothes on. And they're going to jiggle and entertain you." And of course, Khufu thinks this is a great idea. He thinks this is a marvelous idea. He's loving this idea. Dirty old man. And what happens is one of the young queens is wearing a necklace. She's wearing a necklace with a turquoise pendant on it. Okay? And while they're rowing, her pendant falls into the river and goes straight to the bottom. And she's distraught. She is horribly distraught. And Khufu says, "Oh, it's okay, Schnookums. We'll get you another one." And she's not buying it. She says, "I don't want another one. I want that one. That one was mine. That one was quality. That was my favorite turquoise amulet ever." Now he's got a problem. Now being entertained is the least of his concerns. So he turns back to Jetty and he goes, this was fun, but it's not fun anymore." And he goes, "Help me, get me out of this situation." And Jetty goes, "Okay, don't worry about it." So what Jetty does is he takes the water of the Nile and folds it like a cloth. And on the bottom was the turquoise amulet. They just walk in, pick up, and give back to the queen. Happy ending for all. Okay. Yep, Bubble Machine, you got it. Yep. Yep. So that's the story of Jetty. Okay. And he was a magician of the Old Kingdom at the time of King Khufu. And it was recorded in a Middle Kingdom papyrus called Papyrus Wiskar. So you have seen it now. And it is actually spelled Djedi. So if you want to look up the Jetty tale for yourself, there's what you would look up. Okay. Oh, that was fun. Oh, I was such a dirty old man. Let's see where we're. Your Jetty mind tricks won't work here. Yep. Mama says King asks magician to put on a show, then he subcontracts the harem to put on the show for him. Man, pretty much. Okay. We got a super chat here from N Japonis Conrafe for $10. Thank you for the super chat. He says, verse 20 of Matthew 25:15-22 seems to suggest Jesus warns observant Jews, specifically, and not all New Testament believers, among whom there were Gentiles who did not keep the Sabbath. Is this correct? Okay, let's look at that. And let's read the passage. Matthew. Matthew 4 and 15-22. Okay. And the text says, therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation, which was spoken of through Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, let the reader understand. Verse 16. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let him who is on the housetop not go down to get the things that are out, that are in the house. Let him who is in the field not turn back to get his cloak. But woe to those who are with child and those who nurse babes in those days. but pray that your flight may not be in the winter or on a Sabbath. For then there will be a great tribulation, such as has not occurred since the beginning of the world until now, and never shall. And unless those days had been cut short, no life would have been saved. But for the sake of the elect, those days shall be cut short. Okay. Yes, it is a warning to observant Jews. And interestingly enough, when the Romans started to surround Jerusalem in 66 AD, Christians got out of town. They remembered this passage, and they got out of Dodge, and the Jews stayed behind, and it was not good. It was not good. One of the reasons why, say, for example, early Christianity managed to survive the Roman occupations was because of their adherence of this prophecy. So it is something that seems to be directed towards observant Jews, Sabbatarians particularly. So it definitely does not apply to all New Testament believers, although New Testament believers would heed the warning. New Testament believers would heed the warning. They historically have heeded the warning. As I said, when Jerusalem was surrounded twice, the Christians got out of town. The Jews that remained, it got pretty bad. Very, very bad. Okay? So, yeah, it is correct that this is specifically target warning Jews, but it's not only for Jews. Okay? So here's the thing. As I said, again, those who are already believing this text, who already are observing the words of Jesus, they would know to get out. They would know it was bad. So, yeah, they'd head out of Dodge at this point. So, there's a little extra warning here for observant Jews, because, Christ doesn't want to see them get it either. The bad stuff happened to them either. So, yeah, that seems to be the answer to the question, which is, yeah, there's a portion of this that specifically addresses Sabbath observant Jews and Sabbath observant Christians as well, but Christians have traditionally followed this passage as well. Christians have understood that this is not just for, say, Jewish observers. It's also for Christians who happen to be inside the proximity of Jerusalem when it's surrounded by an invader. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. It should be noted, too, that when Jerusalem is surrounded by an invader, really hard to get out of there. Really hard to get out. It's one of those cities that can be sieged on all sides. It can be sieged on all sides. Because it can be sieged on all sides, when an invader does come to take Jerusalem, it's easily surrounded. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, Mama for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Fun question. Will you be outside tonight to observe the amazing Aurora Borealis display? 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. is peak viewing for Central Time USA. Biggest in 19 years. Probably not. I mean, I could probably step out there, but not really that interested. Oh, would you? Did you want to go out after? All right. Well, we'd probably have to go to the park. Walk to the park to see it. We're kind of hemmed in the city here, so there's a lot of light pollution right outside our door there, so Yeah, I'm not sure we would see anything either. Although it was a clear day here. Yeah, that was rare. So maybe, maybe we'll think about it.
Thanks for
Thanks for the heads up. It should already be close to its. If it's 1 a.m. to 1 a.m. Central Time, that's going to mean 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. our time. So yeah, probably right after the live stream. Yeah, we could stick our head out the door for that. Okay, so oh bummer, says Mama. Forget about that. We're out in the middle of nowhere. Well, the last time I saw the Aurora Borealis was in Wisconsin. And it was awesome. I mean, we didn't know. I mean, it took us a moment to figure it out. And my producer was looked out, and she goes, she says, "What's that green smear in the sky?" And I said, "That's the Northern Lights." And they were they were fabulous that day. We weren't expecting to see them. I mean, I didn't think you could see the Northern Lights in Milwaukee. So, you know, I mean, I've lived in Canada most of my life, and you know, in Vancouver, you never see the Northern Lights. It's very rare to see the Northern Lights in Vancouver, and we're further north than Milwaukee. So the fact we could see the Northern Lights in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, you know, that was just something that was really a special treat. John Febeck says, I live a few hours south of you. I didn't see anything yet." Well, one of the things is that here in the Vancouver area too, there's a lot of mountains. There's a lot of mountains nearby. We live right smack dab in a mountain, in a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. So that tends to cut off a lot of the viewing angle for the Northern Lights. So unfortunately, Vancouver is not a great place to view most astronomical effects. I'm a green smear dying. She says thanks. Okie dokie. Could have been aliens, yeah. Hey, everyone knows the Earth is flat, right? You know, those evil science peoples are trying to tell you the Earth is round. You should be able to see the Northern Lights everywhere because it's flat. Okay. Let's get back to our super chats here. We actually don't have a whole lot of super chats tonight, so we will. Yeah, we've had some good. Well, we'll be probably taking a lot of non-super chats tonight because we are almost out of the super chats already. So, Guru Lady, for $5. Any good books about historical foods of Egypt? Recipe books. Not recipe books. There was one on spices, I think. Let me look it up because I don't reference it very often. It'll just take me a moment to find this. There was one that was really good, and oh, take a moment to find here. Let's see. This is not it. That's not it. Well, that was it. Yeah, okay. Found it. Lisa Manicky did a book called An Ancient Egyptian Herbal. Okay. University of Texas Press, Austin. Copyright date 1989. Okay. And she goes into a whole bunch of different herbs used in ancient Egypt. Okay. So, she talks about Egyptian gardens, bouquets, garlands, collars, uh, flowers and herbs used around the house, in the kitchen. Okay, she goes into a lot of culinary spices. She also goes into stuff such as cosmetics, perfumes, and medicines too. So it's not strictly a book on culinary. There hasn't been a really good culinary book that was done for Egypt. But that's about as close as you're going to get is Lisa Manicky's book, The Ancient Egyptian Herbal. Okay? And it's a really good book. It's a really good book, and she's a really competent scholar. So that's what I would recommend in this particular case. Okay, so thank you, Guru Lady. It was good to see you here tonight. It's been a while. We really appreciate the super chat. Okay, Thomas Perez. What are your thoughts on the Immaculate Conception? Ooh, okay. We should first of all define the Immaculate Conception. This is not talking about the Immaculate Conception of Jesus. Okay? When people talk about the Immaculate Conception, they're talking about the Immaculate Conception of Mary. Okay? The idea here is that Mary was conceived without sin so that she could conceive Christ without sin. So that's the general view here. I don't place any stock in this. It's the third Marian dogma. It's only held by the Roman Catholic Church. Okay, so the Roman Catholic Church is the only sort of church that holds this. The Eastern Orthodox don't hold this. The Western churches don't hold this. It has been roundly criticized since the days of Ambrose. Okay, so this is one of those things like Ambrose said. Well, if Mary had to be immaculately conceived, then her mother had to be immaculately conceived, and all her mothers had to be immaculately conceived, going all the way back to Noah and those immaculate conceptions, and all the way back to Eve. And Ambrose says it's not a chain of events that we can sustain. So it is one of those dogmas that has been roundly criticized throughout the history of the church. It was made officially dogma at the First Vatican Council. So it's actually fairly recent as far as its incorporation as official dogma of the Roman Catholic Church. So Vatican I, essentially. So That's my thoughts on Immaculate Conception. I don't buy it. I don't hold to the Third Marian dogma. And I don't think it's sustainable. It's been roundly... Yeah, it would require parthenogenesis back to Adam, essentially. Essentially, that's what it would require, is parthenogenesis all the way back to Adam. So, yeah, I don't think it is sustainable, honestly. Mobius, I don't get the chain. Yeah, well, it's the fact that you'd require a virgin birth all the way back to Adam, essentially. Yeah, Eve would have had to have a daughter without Adam. Okay. Yeah. Exegetical apologetics, new word for me, parthenogenesis. Yeah. Parthenon meaning virgin birth. Okay, that's what it means, a virgin birth. So Mary would have had to have been the result of a virgin birth. Her mother would have had to be the result of the virgin birth. Her mother's mother would have had to have been the result of a virgin birth. Going all the way through the line of David, there would have had to have been lines of virgin birth going through the lines of David, through through the through Shem and his wife. Shem's wife would have had to have a virgin birth. We would have had to have had virgin births going all the way back to Eve. And Eve would have had to have been the first person to have given a virgin birth. It's not a sustainable dogma. No. Yeah. And as my producer says, that sex in marriage does not defile. It doesn't defile. It's a good. You're supposed to do it in marriage. It doesn't defile either party. So, Jack Ray, how could a line of virgin births involve any men at all, so the line of David would not seem to work here? Exactly. Yeah, the line of David would completely fall apart. Would be unnecessary. Because no man would be involved in the line of Mary. She would have been completely outside a line of men. She would not have been an ancestor of David. She would not have been an ancestor of Judah. So Jesus would not have been from the line of Judah. Who knows what line he would have been from? He would not have been from the line of Jacob. I mean, it just leads to some strange places. Really strange places. The whole line of Seth. I mean, where's this all coming from then? So, I think that's one of the problems when you get a dogma like this, is somebody didn't think this through. Think through the consequences of it. They sort of relied on, say, a medieval myth. A medieval myth, and applied that to exegesis. And that's how that's how you get these strange things sometimes. So that's my opinion upon the Immaculate Conception. I'm not buying it. I think it leads to some very, very strange outcomes. And it just isn't necessary. It just isn't necessary. It also takes away, that's the other thing too, it takes away from the uniqueness of the virgin birth of Christ. It takes away from it. It subtracts from it. So now you've got parthenogenesis happening all the time. Okay, what's so special now about Jesus's parthenogenesis? He's just one of many. He's just one of many virgin births. Virgin births happening all over the place. One a generation. You'd have to come to that conclusion. That virgin births in that line are happening one a generation, going all the way back to Adam and Eve. So, anyway, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jack Ray gifted the channel another 10 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you again for your support of our channel. We so appreciate it. Your support has been really, really important to us, and we really appreciate it. Okay, SDRC92126 for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, is there a relation between the Eye of Sauron and the Islamic crescent moon and star? Not really. This iconography goes back to, I think you mean Ray Harakti Stella and further. Okay. The thing is, when you read Lord of the Rings, okay, the Eye of Sauron is a decoration on the tower, but not really the not really a big fiery eye at the top of it. Okay, that was movie enhancements. Okay, that's not quite in the novels. That is fanciful reinterpretation of the novels. Okay, so. But it is true that, say, in The Lord of the Rings, that the various powers of Middle-earth are, especially the evil powers, are defined by body parts. You have the Eye of Sauron. The eye representing Sauron. You have the Hand of Saruman. The white hand represents Saruman. Okay? So it isn't meant to be any relation to Islamic imagery in any sense. Now, Tolkien wasn't opposed to using that imagery. Jack Ray, the Eye of Sauron reminded me of the two-way TVs of 1984. Yeah, sort of. Yeah. But there isn't a one-to-one correlation here. As I said, he wasn't the Men of the South was Tolkien's view of what the men of Islam were like. Okay, and very much there was a lot of, say, symbolism in Lord of the Rings that was basically representative of sort of the battles of World War One. So World War One played heavy, and the politics of World War One played heavy into Tolkien's novelization. But at the same time, too, he sort of held back from really sort of naming specific religious groups in his works. Yeah, Haradrim, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Mama. Okay? So, the crescent moon and the star, well, that's sort of ubiquitous and, say, you see that a lot in old Arabic religion. So that's sort of ubiquitous in old Arabic religion, not just Islam. A lot of, say, the religious, say, iconography that you find from Hadramaut and from where's the other ones now? Saba. Those Arabic countries pre-Islam had a lot of that imagery. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, TBD for $5. Thank you for the super chat. You said that incense in ancient Egypt is exaggerated. Oh yes, it is. Very much so. I've also read that Ramses II named 3 to 4 of his daughter's great wives. Is this not true? It is true. Okay, but let's talk about what the context of this is. Okay, there's one particular Binanat, which Ramses II did name a great wife. What we're talking about here, though, is not a wife. Okay, Binanat was not a wife. This is a religious fiction. Now let's describe what is the context here. In around the 33rd, 35th year of Ramses II, the great queen Nefertari dies. Now he's got to wait for a replacement for a great queen. He's not going to just name any old woman in his harem of the great queen. He does not like his harem that much, honestly. Many of them. Harems can be really obnoxious. Okay? And this is something that kings of the past knew. You get that many women. He had a lot of wives. A lot of wives. They're squabbling. They're arguing. They're bickering. They're plotting. He hates all of them. He hates the whole ruddy works of them. But he's got a problem. Ramses got a problem. He's got to do the rituals of Egypt once a year. It is incumbent upon the king to once a year travel the length of Egypt, going to all the major temples and performing the ritual. The ritual is you and the great wife has to go into each temple and perform an offering to the local god of every temple all the way down. Okay? Now, you can't do it by yourself. Even if you're king, you can't do this ritual alone. It requires 2 people. Whereas you and the great queen. There was no way that he was going to pick one of his minor wives to be who he despised. To spend weeks traveling the Nile with. That's a really good way of putting it. I'm going to put that up. Mama, imagine high school girl drama that you are stuck with for life. Exactly. Exactly. SDRC. I had 2 female roommates. Worst experience ever. I don't doubt it. Tony G. Ramses hating on his harem. Yep, it's exactly what went down here. But he needs a great queen. He needs a great queen until there's a replacement coming. So what happens is he recruits his daughter, Bin Anat, to fill the role of great queen. Somebody who he can at least tolerate. To fill the role for religious purposes. Now, this is not the first time something like this has happened in Egypt. It happened once before. It happened to Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut was never married. There was no consort for her. So, but she still needed to do the rituals. She needed a great queen, even though she was king. So, what did Hatshepsut do is she made one of her daughters great queen. Okay? She was never married to the great queen. But her daughter was appointed great queen for the purpose of doing the religious rituals of Egypt. Those that were necessary for the king to do. Okay? So that's what's happening here during that part of Ramses II's reign. As Nefertari's dead, he can't stand his harem. He's waiting for a new great queen from the Hittites, so he's not going to appoint another one because he wants to make the new queen, whoever she is, it was Mutnofret. Okay, from Hatti. He was going to make her great queen, but he had to wait for her to arrive. And in the meantime, Benenat was going to be the great queen, doing the rituals until the great queen arrived. So, ooh, bad. Kiara Folk. Now I have visions of the Egyptian Disney musical, quote, High School Dramatical dancing in my head. Thank you. Tony G, well, if the harem girls were all like Ann Baxter. Oof. Ancient history gamer, too bad there was no online dating back then. Okay. So, I think that answered TBD's question here. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated.
It's simply.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's I mean, the whole matter of daughters anyway is kind of interesting in ancient Egypt because most of the time they were married off to foreigners. Okay. So the daughters of the king weren't often married off to foreigners. Some of them were married off to local officials, scribes, viziers, hereditary governors. Hereditary governors would sometimes receive daughters of the king as wives. So they tried to keep it in-house. So daughters were generally not of the king were generally not traded to foreign kings like other kings of the ancient Near East did. This is something that was very unusual in Egypt. Most of the kings of the ancient Near East would use their daughters as treaty wives. So they'd sign a treaty with a foreign power and then send a wife and exchange wives, generally their daughters, to be wives. But in Egypt, they didn't do that. They didn't do that. Most of those daughters of the king would end up being married to, as I said, scribes, important scribes, not just any scribes, but important scribes, important officials like viziers and hereditary governors, more or less to keep everyone in line. Okay. Our last super chat here is from Isaac Freeman for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Can you share some thoughts on Moses' education? Is Genesis any indication of how well read he was? He would have been highly educated. Okay. Now, Moses grew up in the palace of the vizier at Avaris. And the vizier's palace at Avaris had what was called a royal cough. A royal cough is a school. It's a school where scribes are trained. Crown princes went to the cough. Sons of the king went to the cough. Scribes in training went to the cough. Okay? So, and there happened to be a cough at Avaris. So Moses would have had the same education as your typical scribes of Egypt. Now, that education would have included reading and writing, Egyptian, hieratic, hieroglyphic, hieratic, and demotic. It would have also, at more advanced stages, included foreign languages. We do have indication that scribes at the royal cough were also taught how to read and write Akkadian and even Aramaic and Hittite. Because a lot of these scribes would have ended up being foreign diplomats. So, yeah, he would have been received a lot of training in languages. He would have been exposed to a lot of literature. So he would have been exposed to court documents. He would have learned how to keep a day roll. He would have learned how to do accounting. He would have learned how to do fractions and lists and onomastica. He would have learned basic geography. He would have learned literature. He would have been exposed to literature. Like, he probably would have been exposed to Akkadian literature. Like, he would have been exposed to probably some Akkadian literature, creation narratives, like Gilgamesh. So that would have been part of his training. Part of his training would have been included reading Akkadian. So he would have had access to tablets, cuneiform tablets, which he would have been taught to read. It was the best education of the ancient Near East. Bar none. Bar none. He would have had to been able to read and write magical texts, liturgies, religious liturgies. He would have had to been able to write and formulate these as well. So, yeah, it was by and far the best education of the age. Yeah, there was a lot of perks. There was a lot of perks to being the adopted son of the daughter of the vizier. Yeah. So, and he would have basically grown up amongst those sorts of people. You know, he would have, and the palace at Avaris was not a royal palace. We got to keep that in mind too. It was a palace. It was an administrative center. It was an administrative center, and most palaces in Egypt were like this. Most palaces in Egypt were only, I would say, if they were ever occupied by the king, it was only temporary, like a day. Like, for example, the king might stop at a palace, in his once a year trip up and down Egypt, but that would be the extent of it. Most of these palaces were used as administrative centers. So the one at Avaris was, for example, the home of the vizier of Lower Egypt. Oh yeah, absolutely. Kwame Adu 007 says, there are a number of Akkadian loanwords in Genesis 2, especially Genesis 1 to 10. Yep. And he would have learned how treaties and covenants worked as well. God prepared him for his mission. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, he would have had to learn how to do treaties and covenants. That's part of the learning process. That's part of the what's going on here. So Mama says, okay, peeps, I gotta go take a nap before our family gets up in a couple hours for a possible Northern Lights Central Plains edition. Grace and peace to all. Yeah, to you too. With that, we're at the end of our super chats. So we will be taking non-super chats at this point, and we might call it early ourselves here, because we don't have the questions and we don't have the attendees. There's no point hanging around either. So let's go take some non-super chats here. Yeah, it's been a very quiet night. Very quiet night. Our live streams are not normally this quiet. We've only have 56 concurrent viewers. Maybe everyone's out staring at the sky. Yeah, it's an unusually quiet night. Okay. Give me a time stamp. Yeah, it's really easy to scroll through the live chat tonight. There's just 9:56. Oh, wow, that's a tough one to answer. We got the time for it, but 9:56. All right. Harry Stark asks, what is the psychology of secular Bible critics? All right. Oh. This comes down to what is the psychology of being in the academy. Okay? The psychology of being in the academy is to be skeptical. It's to be skeptical of everything. You want to question. You want to question everything. So secular Bible critics are no different in that respect. They want to challenge assumptions. They want to challenge preconceived notions. Now, there's that challenging sometimes goes to ridiculous extremes. Like, for example, you do get a lot of secular Bible critics who will basically, and this is not a recent trend. This goes all the way back to the beginning of the 19th century, around 1802, if I recall correctly. You get secular Bible critics who start sort of narrowing theology down to specific books and specific passages. Like you would get like a theology of Jeremiah, or theology of Matthew, and a theology of Luke, and a theology of John. And these secondary works were then looked at by later scholars, and they basically said, "Oh, well, Dodd's theology of Matthew doesn't look anywhere by like this other guy's theology of John. They look completely different. They must be different." So what ended up happening is, in the history of biblical criticism, you started getting this idea that the various writers of the Bible were antagonistic to each other. And that just became sort of a theme that sort of permeated secular Bible criticism. So that if Matthew writes anything, it has to be in opposition to Mark. Mark writes anything, it has to be in opposition to Luke. Luke writes anything, it's in opposition to John, Matthew, and Mark. So one of the things that got challenged was that the whole idea of canonicity, the whole idea of canonicity became questioned. The idea that there was this biblical arc of a story that goes from Genesis to Revelation. Now, there are some people who still believe in the canonicity. It has not been completely dismissed. Like Graham Goldsworthy still holds strongly to the idea of canonicity. There are still also theologians today that hold to a field called biblical theology. And biblical theology holds to this idea that there is a narrative and unified story arc from Genesis to Revelation. Okay? And they're basically canon maximalists. Yeah, we need to bring that back. But secular biblical critics don't believe in canonicity. They don't believe in, say, the idea that there could be a biblical story arc. So, no, they don't really read the Bible. At least not on the terms that we would say is a contextualized reading. Okay? So they're always going to approach the text with doubt. I mean, I remember when I was an undergrad and I did some courses on biblical studies. Paul Muska was my instructor. He was a very, very famous archaeologist. In his day, he was a very famous archaeologist and biblical scholar. And Muska said to me, "There's not a single thing in the Bible you can trust." I said, "Nothing? Nothing at all?" But that was the mindset. That was the mindset of secular biblical critics in the late 1980s. Not a single thing in the Bible you can trust. It's all fake. It's all stories. And he'd go on about this. He wasn't shy about what he said. He said it would be there's not a single fact that you could verify from the Bible. No King David. And, you know, I mean, he even told me that people in the ancient world couldn't write. And I asked him at the time. Because I happened to know I was already had a keen interest in ancient Egypt. And I said, well, didn't Egyptian people write? He goes, well, that was just decoration. That was decoration. That wasn't really writing. That was more mimicry. Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I mean, it is. These are, as my producer just said, they're making these assertions against evidence. You know, you're telling me that the guys who wrote the Ostraga of Deir el Medina didn't know how to read and write? They're just mimicking things on pot charts for no good reason? Really? Unfortunately, those days are gone. But there's still some holdouts. There's still some holdouts that still believe this. That people in the late Bronze Age couldn't read or write. Still out there. It's stupid. It goes completely against the evidence. They're still out there. And this is why we're evidentialists, exactly. Because we follow the evidence wherever it goes. So, okay. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. That guy got his degree in 1554. Could be. Could be. He's still alive. I know he's still alive. Gee. Yeah. Jack Ray sounds like trust no one. X-Files, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Didn't age well. Didn't age well at all. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. We've learned more about the Bible in the last 50 years than the previous 1500. So, but still, old theories die hard. They die real hard. Okay. We got 3 more super chats that just came in here. Isaac Freeman for $4.99. He says, I heard Sandra Richter compared Genesis, he says 2, to the Miss P. What do you think about that? Did Egyptians have a similar ritual? I'm not sure what she means here. I'd have to look at that in more detail. I don't know what you mean by Miss P. I would have to, as I said, I'd have to look at this in more detail. I'm not aware of this. This one, I might have heard of it, and it's just under a different rubric. But, are you sure you got the spelled correctly, too? Yeah, again, I'm not sure what you're talking about here exactly. If you can clarify, maybe we can add more insight, but I'm not sure what's being talked about here, so I'd have to probably defer this. Okay, oh, washing the mouth. Okay, the washing the mouth, okay. I don't know how that relates to Genesis 2. But I am familiar with the washing of the mouth ceremony. Okay? We do see this often in, say, priestly washings in ancient Egypt. The priests would when they bathe before they go to the temple, any temple, they would basically strip down, take a bath in the Nile, shave their hair off, all their hair off. So all the hair off the head, all the hair off the face. They'd shave all their hair off, make sure they're nice and clean, and then they wash their mouth out with natron. They'd basically take a handful of natron, shove it in their mouth, swish it around, and spit it out. And then they would put on clean linens and papyrus sandals, and then they'd be ready for face-to-face time with their gods. Okay? Exegetical apologetics. The god was named Listerine. Okay. So, as I say, that's the washing of the mouth ceremony, and it was done by all priests in Egypt. Very common. It was all over the place. Done back since the earliest times of Egypt. Don't know what it has to do with Genesis chapter 2, but again, it's not clear exactly what the connection here is supposed to be with Genesis 2. Again, if you clarify that, okay, I can probably comment more, but that's the washing of the mouth ceremony. All right? Okay. So I hope that helped, at least to some extent. Next super chat here is from Juan for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Has Christian scholars been increasing or decreasing? Ooh. Interesting question. It's hard to say because nobody really keeps numbers here. Yeah, nobody keeps track of how many Christian scholars are. The one thing we do know is the number of, say, open positions. That we know. And the number of open positions for Christian scholars is on the decrease. Okay? It's well on the decrease. Now, has that actually slowed down how many young people are becoming Christian scholars is unknown. We do know, however, that schools are closing. Christian schools are closing at an ever-accelerating rate. It's basically... Christian schools have had a really tough time finding funding. Really tough time finding funding. Every Christian ministry is now having to... it's having a hard time finding funding. So, this is ubiquitous across the board. Every ministry is having funding problems. Every Christian school is having troubles finding funding. Yeah.
They're why would God?
Well, that my producer here does make a great point, which is that there also has been a trend amongst, say, Christian colleges to hire skeptics in positions of, say, in academic positions. At least skeptics that haven't openly. There's been a whole lot of skeptics that will basically be skeptics on the inside and, say, act Christian on the outside. And, all they have to do is sign a piece of paper and they're in. So, we've seen that happen. So, and I've heard skeptics, outright say, hey, after I graduate, I'm going to go and work at a Christian college. And I'd say to them, wait, you don't believe in any of this stuff. You're an atheist. And she goes, yeah, but I can still work there, right? You do know you have to teach Christianity, right? Oh, I intend to change it from the inside. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we're in trouble today. Yeah. I mean, I knew that somebody who was taking, say, Hebrew studies at UBC. He was a skeptic. She was an atheist. She was a total atheist. I knew she was an atheist because she said she was an atheist. And it's just like, it's like, okay, why would you even want to go and even be a part of this? Because Christianity is a religion. We're teaching this stuff to train the next generation of Christian teachers and scholars. There's tons of secular institutions out there if you really want to do it. Why be lazy? Why be lazy in that way? Yeah. Yeah. So, I will say this. The number of graduates has basically kept steady since the 1980s. Okay. Christian schools are still putting out the same number of graduates today that they've always have. There's just no place for them. So what's happening to them is essentially the million-dollar question. What's happening to these newly minted Christian scholars? Some of them are going to end up going on YouTube. Some of them are going to end up going elsewhere. Some of them will teach at high schools. Joel Anderson teaches at a high school. He's probably very brilliant at it, but he teaches at a high school. Are they doing academic work? Some of them are, some of them aren't. Really hard to do without funding. It's real hard to do without funding. So, even if the number of scholars is on the increase, their influence isn't. That's probably the best way to say it. The number of scholars is on the increase, their influence is on the decrease. So, and frankly, larger umbrella organizations like ETS, seminaries, denominations are a decade behind on the influence of social media. They're a decade behind. Easily a decade behind. Yeah. They're a decade behind and firmly determined to stay there. Interestingly enough, I submitted a paper to ETS to do a session on social media as cultural context. Now, this was the cultural context special interest group. Weren't interested. They weren't interested. Because apparently social media is not cultural context. So these are organizations that are still living in the 1940s. They're organizations still living in the 1940s. These are organizations that still think, oh, you got long hair, you sinner. You have a beard. You can't be right with God. Seriously, I'm not joking. I wish I was.
Did not.
Oh yeah, I couldn't get a job at Moody because I had a long ponytail and a beard. Keep the mustache, but not the beard. because long hair and a beard is the sign of a sinful man.
Probably.
Jesus didn't have a beard, right? Or long hair? Nah. Juan goes, are you kidding me? No. I'm not kidding me. And the head of HR told me this to my face. Oh, yeah, when I was there for the interview. Oh, they told this to me to my face. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy that these low content ideas are still out there, but yeah, it is. Okay. Ancient history gamer, you need an Assyrian beard. Well, I thought about it. I've thought about it. Jesus drank grape juice, says exegetical apologetics. Oh, yeah. One, Liberty University graduates be like, oh, yeah, Liberty is the same thing. Exactly the same deal at Liberty. It's why I wouldn't go teach there either. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy that those cosmetic things are still a big deal. These have not been, a big deal since the 1920s. It's still there. Like, unbelievable. American Christianity is stuck in a time loop. It's reliving the 1920s to 1940s. Oh, boy. Crazy. It's just crazy. Okay. Let's get back to the super chats. We still are not complete. We've just gotten a recent influx of super chats, surprisingly. Tell the Great Depression is over. Ancient history gamer, tell him the Great Depression is over. Oh, no, we know Jesus had a beard. Well, there's no question Jesus had a beard. Because the Romans tore out his beard. It says that in the text. We know Jesus had a beard. There's no question. Okay.
Danny did
Danny Man says, I've actually seen hyper-conservative depictions of Jesus where he has a neatly trimmed hair and a nice kempt goatee, and it makes me bust a gut every time. The fashion of the day. We do know about the fashion of the day, because we do have paintings of them from that time period. A trim beard is possible. That is possible. But they also it was also the style of the time to have long hair. Men had long hair in that day. So, you get those impressions of Jesus with, say, the shoulder-length hair, and that's not untypical of Greco-Romans of the first century. That was very stylish at the time. So, the idea of, say, Jesus as sort of a long-haired hippie, isn't that far-fetched. It's not that far-fetched. Yeah, he could have had a full Assyrian beard. That's also possible too. We're not told what kind of beard he had, but we know he had a beard. So that much we know. We are absolutely certain he had a beard. So, but in American fundamentalism, having a beard is sinful. Stop it, you sinners. Shave your chin. All right. Let's see, where were we here? Okay, next one here is John Fabeck for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. In your clan interpretation of Genesis, where would you fit the missing generations from Terah to Jacob? Okay. in the case of Terah, I think that, first of all, that given that Terah was supposed to be 135 or 130 when he gave birth to Abraham, I think there's at least one or two generations between Abraham and Terah. Pure and simple, I think there's one or two generations between there. Probably one. So my guess is that Terah was the grandfather of Abraham. Okay? So that's at least takes care of that generation. Now, Abraham is 100 years old when he gives birth to Isaac. He's in his hundreds when he gives birth to Isaac, and he lives another 100 years. Okay? So there's Isaac, but there's also, I think, a generation between Abraham and Isaac too. And as such, there's also going to be some generations of the clan of Abraham after Isaac. So that takes care of him. Now, Isaac, I don't recall exactly the chronology between Isaac and Jacob there, but I think there's also likely to be at least one generation between Jacob and, say, the 12 sons as well. Perhaps basically a progenitor that either precedes Jacob or is named the same. So that's where I would sort of fit the sort of the missing generations here. Because again, we're faced with the fact that we've got the skeletons from this period. We got lots of skeletons from this period of time. Nobody in this time demonstrates extended old age in the skeletons. That's a tough sell to get around. They're living the same lifespans we are. If they live past 6, they'll probably live to 60. But they're not going to live much longer than 60. So we have to be cognizant of the fact that you know, and frankly today, we do have people that live into their hundreds. We got lots of evidence of people who are living into their hundreds. Because they're everywhere now. Okay? And they do show signs of extended old age in their skeletons. It does show up in the skeletons. So if we look at, say, the skeletons of, say, people of the Levant, going back to at least the early Bronze Age, and we got lots of skeletons from the early Bronze Age. And nobody's living to past 100. That's going to be a problem. Especially if they are supposed to be dying of old age. They should be showing the effects of old age. Yeah. Yeah. This is why we have to look at the evidence. All the evidence. And not just the interpretation of the Bible, not just Nuda Scriptura, but all the evidence that goes into this has to be consulted. So when you take that, and especially when you start, say, looking at, for example, the like last week, somebody brought up the great question about the Ishmaelites, who Joseph is sold into slavery to. Okay? Now, they're descendants of Abraham. Okay? They're of the same sort of, Ishmael and is only 13 years older than Isaac. And yet by the time of Joseph, only 2 generations later, you have Isaac, Jacob, and the 12 sons. That's only 2 generations. So 2 generations between Ishmael and that's not even enough time to form a clan if it's only 2 generations. That's crazy. I'm going to take this non-super chat here because I think it's worth Christian Mao says, I believe the numbers are symbolic. Gary Ginsberg's Genesis series talks about the ages of these genealogies all follow very specific patterns that can't just be taken at face value. I heard his view on this. I'm not buying it. He's not the only one that had this view too. Dale Sparks has this view too. And, he'll go, Sparks and Rensburg will go, oh, you see this pattern that of numbers that happens in Genesis 5. Okay, let's say that that's true. Let's say that there's a pattern in Genesis 5. We should find the same pattern in Genesis 11 too. If this is a pattern of symbolic numbers, the two should basically correspond, and they don't. This is ad hoc reasoning. I think it's terrible reasoning. Absolutely terrible reasoning. Seneca Nero, 2 generations, they should still know each other. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You were absolutely right about this. Yeah, 2 generations, they should still know each other. They should not be so distant in clans that, oh, yeah, I see these Ishmaelites that we have no relation to and we don't know, and who are these people? Yeah. Yeah, they're cousins. They're quite literally, if it's 2 generations, they're quite literally cousins. Yes, they're sharing the land. They should know each other. It's like, yeah, it doesn't make a whit of sense. The other thing we should remark, too, about Rensburg as well is his chronologies are a bit messed up. So we should also keep that in mind as well. He tends to like short chronologies. He's an ultra-short... he believes in a ultra-late Exodus date. He tends to like really short chronologies. Like, for example, he really does think the Israelites' sojourn in Egypt is only 3 generations. It's not good thinking. It's not good exegesis. It's not good history, and it's not good thinking. Okay? So, and I cringe whenever he does anything related to Egypt at all. Okay, so, where did we leave off? Yeah, so we left off here with John Fabeck here. So yeah, there's just lots of places here where the missing generations can fit real easy, and we would expect them. The text seems to expect that you did this. Okay? So, they would expect that you were reading this with that multi-generational view in mind. Otherwise, narratives like the Ishmaelites buying Joseph make no sense at all. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I hope that helps. Next one here is from Bubba Holden School for $10. Thank you for the super chat. What does the word pa mean? It seems to be in a lot of words and names. It is, especially at the beginning. Okay. Pa means the in Egyptian. Pa na and ta. Okay, what we have here is the late Egyptian definite article. It doesn't occur in, say, Middle Egyptian so much. But this is the conjugation. Pa, na, and ta. Okay? And it's the masculine, feminine, and neuter. Okay? So, so it is the, pa is the masculine, definite article. Ta is the feminine, definite article, and na is the neuter. Okay? Okay, so that's why you see, for example, like uh, Pahari, the name of the second intermediate high priest, third intermediate period Dynasty 21 high priest at Karnak is named Pahari, the priest. That's essentially what it means. He's named the priest. Uh, so you see Pa. Now, don't confuse Pa with P or Per. Okay, like Pithom. It's not Pa. It's P. That's different. That comes from the word Per, that means house. But Pa, like for example, pray, Pre, which is a late version of the sun god Re, is a contraction of Pa Ray. Not Pa Wraith. we're not doing the Pa Wraiths here. We're not doing I think it's Star Trek. Okay. But Pa Ray is the sun, the array, the sun god. So that's what Pa means. It means the, and it's the masculine form of the. So there's your little grammar lesson for the night. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Next one here is from Silver Tongue Cavalier. What a great name for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. I love that name. That's a cool name. All right. He asks, what is the relationship between Platonism, Kabbalah, Christianity? Seems like a push among occultists to turn Christianity into a cult, like Crowley. Okay. They're very different. All of these are different. Okay? Now, Platonism is the Pythagorean school, the Greek Pythagorean school of philosophy. Okay? You had what was called the pre-Socratics in the 5th and 6th centuries BC, which gave way to Socrates. And Socrates was the teacher of Plato. Plato was the teacher of Aristotle. And Aristotle was the teacher of Alexander the Great. Okay? This school of Platonism, of Plato, Socrates, and we don't have any writings directly from Socrates themselves. We only have writings of Socrates from 2 of his students. Most of them come from Plato. Xenophon is responsible, I think, for the other Socratic writings that we have. Okay? So this school of the Pythagoreans makes up Platonism. Okay? And it was the dominant philosophy in ancient Greece. Okay? Well into the Common Era. Okay? Now, Christianity, of course, is an Israelite religion. It comes out of ancient Israelite texts and stories and narratives. It doesn't have any relation at all, direct relationship with Platonism. Okay, it's basic. You're talking about a religion here that centers around Judah, particularly Jerusalem when we get to the 1st century. But it's an Israelite religion, and it's pretty insular from the Platonists. Kabbalah is another thing entirely. Okay? Kabbalah is Jewish mysticism. It's essentially a form of Gnosticism that was grafted onto medieval European Judaism. Okay? So it essentially takes concepts out of medieval Judaism and what's it called now? Not analogicalize, allegoricalizes them. okay, to try to teach deeper meanings. But when you really sort of look at what Kabbalah teaches, it's essentially not that much different from Hermetic thought and Gnosticism. It really is not much different when it comes right down to it. But it's much later. Kabbalah is much later. I think the earliest writings of Kabbalah, if I remember correctly, are 13th century AD. Okay? So, it's just one of those things where it just is, the three are not related in really any real way. They're different and they have different influences on different aspects of things. So, you will get some occultists that will sort of appeal to various of these notions at various times. Most of them won't appeal to Platonism, because Platonism is difficult to understand. And most occultists are quite lazy about this. Okay, most occultists will not go through the effort to learn Platonism. Platonism's hard. Okay, I mean, you can be taking philosophy of Plato for 2-3 semesters and still not really get it. So, yeah, Platonism's hard. It's not gonna be something that occultists will gravitate to. Even Neoplatonism is really too beyond their abilities. Kabbalah, they'll more easily gravitate to Kabbalah, but even then, it's too much effort. They'll just go straight to something Gnostic and forget about Kabbalah. Because you can do Gnosticism without Kabbalah. It's easy enough to do, and there's enough Gnosticism floating around that the details are not necessary for most occultists. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Christian Mouse asks, did none of the Christian Jewish Gnostics exist who thought Yahweh was evil? Weirdly worded question. Okay, did Jewish Gnostics exist, Christian Jewish Gnostics exist who thought Yahweh was evil? Okay, that seems to make more sense. Yes, there were. Okay, there were Christian Jewish Gnostics that thought, he says, I was typing fast since I'm playing video games, laugh out loud. I meant to say non-Christian. Okay. Non-Christian Jewish Gnostics. Did non-Christian Jewish Gnostics exist who thought Yahweh was evil? Yes, there were. Okay. We do have Gnostics that were inspired from Judaism that thought that Yahweh was the demiurge. Okay. Now, the demiurge is the Gnostic god of evil. The way Gnosticism works is that, you have the god of light, and he has a forge. He has a forge and an anvil, and he's making new gods on his forge. Okay, so you got another layer of gods, and sparks will come off of that and become the souls of human beings, angels, and demons. They're not really that important. So these other gods have their own anvils and forge. They make more gods in this multi-level marketing scheme. The very final god, and each time a god is made, that god has less and less light. So your top god has lots of light. As you go down, less and less light, until you got that final god who's almost complete darkness, complete evil, the demiurge. The demiurge then creates planet Earth. Lucky you. And there were some non-Christian Jewish Gnostic sects that did believe that Yahweh was the demiurge. Okay? And in those non-Christian Jewish sects, they would say that, Yahweh as the creator, as a creator god, would be that evil god that creates the planet Earth. Okay? Now, not all non-Christian Jewish Gnostic sects thought the Yahweh was the demiurge, but some of them did. Some of them would divide, say, Yahweh and Elohim. Some would say Yahweh's a good god, but Elohim, he's the demiurge. Some of them would say, well, neither of them are the demiurge, and we just have the demiurge. He's surprisingly a large number of those Jewish Gnostic sects thought that you would think that some of those sects would say, oh, the serpent in the garden was a bad guy. Amazingly, a lot of those Jewish Gnostic sects rehabilitated the serpent in the garden to be, oh, he's the good guy. He's the life bringer. There's a sect called the Ophites. Which was a Jewish Gnostic sect that thought that the serpent in the garden was the good guy, bringing salvatory knowledge to mankind. Yeah, you will be like God. So he's the good guy. The creator God, he's the bad guy. Elohim's the bad guy. Satan and Lucifer, he's the good guy. Yeah, no. No. Okay, so let's get back to the super chats here, because they are starting to come back here, surprisingly. Okay, so next one. All right, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helped. The next one here is from Vermin, the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you. Good to see you here tonight. I'm glad you could join us. Did Jesus ever use extremely harsh curse language? Yes. Yes, he did. Okay. He did use extremely harsh language. Not so much curse language, although he did use it. It's the fig tree. Remember the fig tree? When he's going to the Mount of Olives? Ooh. Yeah. He checks out the fig tree, which with that particular fig tree could bloom out of season and produce fruit. And he curses the fig tree. Dead fig tree. That was meant to be a warning. That was a curse. That was a warning to Israel that they were in danger of, that they haven't produced fruit and their tree was about to get uprooted. So yes, he did use curse language. He also used it against the Pharisees. You whitewashed sepulchres, you brood of vipers. Who warned you to flee from the wrath to come? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Jesus definitely used harsh language. Danny Dement, that poor fig tree. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, you won't see anything out there right now. One says, I thought he cursed it because he wasn't fulfilling the prophecies fast enough. No, the tree was cursed because it was emblematic of basically, I mean, even though the fig tree is not an emblem of say Israel, or in the normal sense, it is the idea that if the Lord expects fruit from you and you don't deliver fruit, it's within his prerogative to uproot you. Pew warmers! Pew warmers! Yeah, don't be a pew warmer. It's not gonna end well.
Generally gone.
Yeah, generally God applies grace, but he also expects fruit. Okay? You know, he expects that we bring God glory through our deeds and our actions and our work and our labor. So if you're not producing, say, fruit that gives glory to God, you know, yeah, you're not saved by good works, but you are saved unto good works. Okay? Yeah, I did see the one coming up. We will take that. Just, we're not quite there yet. I know, but we're... Okay. So the next super chat here. Okay, is from Juan here for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you worry about the future of Christianity? No. No, I don't. Why don't I worry about the future of Christianity? Because I'm not responsible for the future of Christianity. That's why. God's responsible for the future of Christianity. God will do what he wants with Christianity. Okay? You know, here's the thing. As long as I'm doing what God's called me to do, I don't worry about the rest. Don't need to worry about the rest. I'll let God worry about that. You know, here's the thing. If I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing in the sight of God, and I'm being faithful. You know, my brother-in-law once asked me, you know, my brother-in-law is big on evangelism. Big on evangelism. He goes street evangelizing. And he asked me once, you know, if the world ended tomorrow, wouldn't you be out on the street evangelizing? I said, no. No, I wouldn't. If the world was going to end tomorrow, I'd be doing exactly the same thing I'm doing now. Because this is what he's called me to do. This is the mission that I've been called to. I would not be effective as a street evangelist. It's not my calling. You know, it's his calling, not my calling. As long as I'm faithful in doing what God has called me to do, at the moment, in that time, I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, and I am in the center of God's grace and mercy. The world could be burning down around me. And as long as I am in the center of God's divine will, doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. All the rest, that's up to God. He's a big God. It's his universe. Yeah. And, you know, my producer here brings a really, really good point here, is Christians can often be very distracted by things they shouldn't be doing. You know, to go to a missions fest, this is a perfect example, right? You go to a missions fest, and every booth at a missions fest is going to try to get you to do what? Try to convince you that their mission is the most important mission in the whole world, and that the world will come to an end if you don't support their mission. Okay? Now, there'll be some there that'll say, oh, yeah, prison ministries, most important mission in the world. Creation ministries, most important mission in the world. Mission to Mexico, most important mission in the world. King James Only Ministry, most important ministry in the world. And I just laugh at him. Every one of those 200 or so booths is going to try to convince you that their particular ministry, their particular focus, is the most important mission ever. Ever. And they're not. The most important mission for you is what God has called you to do. The rest is just noise. The rest is just noise. It should be ignored. It should be ignored. Hey, if God's called you to do any one of those missions, except maybe the KJV only one, go for it. Okay, go for it. If God's pressed that on your heart. Okay? But Jack Ray, I've never heard of a missions fest before. It's been a thing here in Vancouver for now 40 years. Yeah, he's never heard of a missions fest. Yeah. 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 A lot of big cities have them. Yeah. So, again, I don't worry about the fruit of Christianity. I let God take care of that. Okay, next question here is from Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What are the voice impressions that you can do or perform or do? I don't know. Never cataloged them. I don't keep track of any voice impressions. They just sort of pop out at inconvenient times. Oh, okay. Let's take that. Let's see. Find it. Alexis, what does a King James only ministry even do? Like Shakespeare as a warm-up? They tried to convince you, and this happened to me at my very, very first Missions Fest. The first Missions Fest actually they ever had in Vancouver. Okay? I was actually there. And basically, this really weird guy came up to me. And I mean, I was already at university. I was already taking Hebrew. I was already reading Hebrew. And this weird guy comes up to me and he goes, "You know that the King James Bible is the only word of God that's trustworthy. The only word of God that's trustworthy. You can't trust any modern translation. You can't trust the Hebrew and Greek. You can't trust anything other than God's authoritative English translation in His Royal Highness King James the First." It's like, and I'm going, and I mean, he looked really weird. I mean, the weirdest thing about the guy was, and I never I don't like to point to physical weirdness, but as he spoke, he had these ear flaps. I mean, the bottoms of his ears would shake violently as he spoke. It was just so strange. Yeah, it was the oddest thing. It was the oddest thing I ever saw. Alexis goes, it's an actual mission. I thought it was a joke. No, it's not a joke. No, these guys are for reals. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they think the King James Version, as my producer says, they think the King James Version came directly from God, and that you can interpret the Greek and Hebrew by the English. And they'll say, well, you could only trust the King James Version of 1611. And none of them use the version of 1611.
Okay. Apologetic.
Exegetical focus on Dr. Falk's earlobes. Yeah, missions fests are good things. We would recommend people go to missions fests. Fests, see what's out there, see what the Christian community is doing, see if there's a way you can help some ministries. We think that's important. Yeah. Yeah. If there's some ministries you like, pray for them. That's always a good thing. We highly encourage people to try to figure out what's going on in their community, what the mission is, and you learn some interesting stuff, and sometimes some pretty dark stuff too. I mean, what we learned about Master Seminary Missions Fest, that was something else. Wow. Yeah, that was dark. That was real dark. Would not recommend anyone goes to that school. Ooh. Yeah, Master Seminary. Alexis, do tell. All right. The story time. Okay. Trash rat. What do you learn? Well, I had just come back from my schooling at Liverpool, and there was a missions fest here, and I was kind of going around looking for teaching gigs. I hadn't gotten into a job yet, so I was looking around for teaching gigs, and Master Seminary was there, and I was saying, "Hey, you got any need for an Old Testament teacher?" And he goes to me, he says to me, and I couldn't believe it. He goes, "You obviously know what we teach. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking." Like, what? I was like, huh? Was that a death threat? What is this? Some dark cabal? Juan asks, what is Master Seminary? It's John MacArthur Seminary. Okay? It's the seminary that John MacArthur started. Okay? It's like biblically accurate? I don't know. I don't think I've seen that one in the Old Testament, but dang. It was one of the most threatening comments I ever got from a seminary. It was just like really weird. Thomas Perez, was he wearing a hockey mask and holding a machete? Even worse, he was wearing a gray suit. Really? Juan, why is Master Seminary bad? It's very parochial, it's very fundamentalist. Let me put it this way. One of their star graduates was Douglas Petrovich. Take that for what it is. Okay? So, Douglas Petrovich is the kind of graduates Master Seminary produces. Okay? So, imagine 1,000 Douglas Petroviches being churned out every year. Okay? Run away! Oh yeah, it is tragic. Christian Mouse is correct here. Yeah, my producer says with the resources they have, yeah,
They could do great.
yeah, they could do great works and they choose not to. Exactly. I mean, you got it dead on there. Yeah.
Don't have because you will be.
Keeps learning. Legacy Standard Bible is not bad after all. Um, I haven't looked at the Legacy Standard Bible. I want to look at that one. Um, I want to see if that is. I haven't gotten my hands on a copy of that. I want to see if how it treats certain verses before I lay judgment on it. I think that there is there's cause for concern. I'll say this: there's cause for concern. One. Why is Douglas Petrovich bad? Oh dear. Yeah, Danny DeVent says, Juan, that would require a whole other story time. Oh yeah, sure it would. Yeah. Yeah. The 30-second version of this story is that I actually went to school with Douglas Petrovich. Okay. I went to the University of Toronto. I was a student in the same classes as Douglas Petrovich. Okay. So, I don't have high regards for scholarship. I think his scholarship's very poor. All right? Christian Mouse, new to the channel. Oh, LMAO, well, yeah, he might be, but take it easy on him, okay? I mean, not everyone has been watching this channel since day one. In fact, we just turned 4 years old. We forgot to even mention this. Yeah, we just turned 4 years old, so the channel is now 4. Okay? Cinco de Mayo, yeah. Yeah, Cinco de Mayo is the channel's birthday. That was the first time we uploaded a video. So, and nobody came to celebrate. We didn't throw a party, but okay. So, I mean, not everyone would know about, all the things that went on here between the various parties involved. Okay? Oh, I don't know either, but okay. Vermin the trash rat. Now, let us be harsh on Juan. He must learn the hard way or not. No, we're not going to do that, okay? We're not going to do that. Yeah. Danny Dement says, too long, didn't read, is that Petrovich has bad scholarship and tries to get people blacklisted among Christian organizations for not holding his personal interpretation of biblical events. And that is correct. That is correct. And there is a lot more to it too. Okay, so let's get back to our super chats here. Still got a few more here, and oops, sorry. Okay, let's get here and let's see. So next one here is from Isaac Freeman for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Do you see any connection with water and creation literature? Oh yes, it's all over the place. Like the waters of Genesis, Noon, and absolutely, yeah. There is the primordial waters, for example. We find that in, say, Egyptian literature, where the primordial waters existed before anything else. Interestingly enough, I've been doing some work on this recently, the whole primordial waters thing. And particularly on the Egyptian stuff. I have been noticing, I've been looking at, say, the relationship between the primordial gods and, say, the primordial waters. And it's very interesting. Like, for example, in Egyptian literature, the primordial waters bring forth the egg of Ra that hatches. Ra then creates all the other gods and all the other things in creation. But he doesn't create the primordial gods. The primordial gods are just in the primordial waters. So there's this sort of side effect between the primordial gods and the primordial waters. It's incredibly interesting, especially when one takes, say, for example, the Council of Gods theology that later on develops in Iron Age literature. So there is a connection between water and creation literature. Absolutely. So, and I could wax probably eloquent right now about primordial gods because I've been doing a lot of work in them just recently. So very interesting. It's a very interesting sort of niche topic in Egyptian mythology. Very interesting little niche. But I'm going to nerd out on you if I'm not careful, so I won't. But yes, there is definitely a connection between water and creation literature, like the waters in Genesis, Noon, Apsu, etc. Yeah, and it's ubiquitous. It's ubiquitous. Okay, the next one here is from Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Isaac Freeman, I just added here. I can't stop thinking about it. Well, it's interesting. I mean, it's really interesting. I mean, the more I look into this, the more interesting it becomes. So, yeah, I don't blame you for being interested. I mean, it's fascinating stuff. Huh? Yeah, output coming soon. Okay? But it won't be in a way that you think. So I'll just say that. Okay. From a Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. How does God's omnipresence function? Ooh. $2 question here. Yeah. I'm going to do this seriously, but, you know, omnipresence is not one of the attributes of God. Okay, I'm going to put it right out there. Okay? All knowledge, all good, all powerful, all holy, all of those are attributes of God. All present isn't. The reason is because of the problem of pantheism. Pantheism or monism. Take your choice, because that's what happens with omnipresence. Is omnipresence, it collapses into pantheism and monism. Okay, so you've got to be really, really careful with the whole notion of omnipresence. Now, the Eastern Orthodox have a surprisingly eloquent solution to this. Their solution is to divide the essence of God from the energy of God. Okay? So for the Eastern Orthodox, they will say that the essence of God is transcendent. So because it's transcendent, it's not omnipresent, but it is within the confines of sacred space. So it remains holy without having to subject all life everywhere to summary judgment. But the influence of that essence extends everywhere through God's energy. Okay. So, I can't... Yeah, if you didn't understand that, that's okay, that's fine. It is a complicated subject, but basically, essentially, God, the one thing about God is he is not everywhere by his choice. Okay? Yeah, because we'd all burn up, essentially. Yeah, it wouldn't be good for us for God to be everywhere. And there's no need for God to be everywhere. The rest of God's attributes are perfectly sustained. Yeah. He can be omniscient without being omnipresent. He can be all-powerful without being omnipresent. And he can still be all good without being omnipresent. So I think I would take the Eastern Orthodox solution for this for the moment because it's the best solution for this. Because otherwise, you just get into massive problems. Because you, if without with omnipresence, you can't separate sacred and profane space. You can't prevent summary judgment. You can't prevent pantheism or monism. It just crumbles into a huge mess, which is why Christian theologians throughout history have almost universally rejected omnipresence. Okay, next one. From Aaron Richard for $10. Thank you for the super chat. I want to write a book in Leviticus. Well, I think canon is closed for Leviticus. Just kidding. What, they want to be the next Moses, huh? Be serious. They want me to be serious right now. It's 11:30. They want me to be serious. Okay, he goes on. I know how to study, research, and how to find good resources on the topic. However, I don't have a degree in ministry. Would I still be qualified to do so? Sure. If it's good enough, yeah. Absolutely. Here's what I would recommend. Okay. If you want to write a book on Exodus as opposed to in Exodus, Torah 2.0. Could be. Could be. I would recommend that what you do is you get yourself good commentaries. Okay. Now, the Gospel Coalition publishes a list of good commentaries, but you're not going to be able. That's a good start. Get the Gospel Coalition's list on commentaries for Leviticus, and they have commentaries on all of these. In fact, what I'll do is I will post in the live chat here that list. So let me see if I can find here commentaries. Right. This list is produced by the Gospel Coalition, and it is a good list, I think, for the purposes. And okay. Now that'll get you a good sort of vetted list of reliable commentaries. Now you're not going to want to, if you're going to be doing a book on Leviticus, you're not going to want to restrict yourself to those commentaries. You're going to also want some text critical commentaries and some liberal scholarly commentaries too. For that, I would also recommend the Hermeneia series. The Hermeneia series is excellent for this. In my opinion, the Hermeneia series is the best set of liberal commentaries out there. It's actually very good. I use them myself. I like them. I understand their perspective, but they're very good. You also want to look up the journals. Journal articles are going to be your lifeblood. As many passages as you can. Look up, say, if you've got a subscription to Atla, that would be great. If you don't, you might want to get a temporary subscription or a to JSTOR. That could be helpful. You'll need commentary or articles. Even academia.edu is a free source of articles at this point that you could possibly get. Now, the problem is with a JSTOR, or sorry, not JSTOR, academia, is people are posting stuff on there that's not peer-reviewed and not vetted. And really kind of garbage. There's a lot of garbage right now on academia.edu. Yeah, you can find brilliant stuff on academia. You can also find real trash. Its reputation has gone downhill since it sort of opened it up to everybody. Okay? It's not as good as it once was. It used to be really good. It used to be like if you wanted really good stuff, you could get it right from academia.edu and it would be fantastic. Nowadays, it's kind of hit and miss. Okay? So, let's take that. Bubble Home School says, step 1, do your best to write a book people want to read. Yeah, okay. Step 2. I mean, look, the step 1, writing that book that people want to read is definitely always going to be a must. Okay. Yeah, everyone wants to know what's in it for me. Okay. Step 2, don't worry what academics think. They will only like it if it agrees with them. You should worry to some extent that what you're producing is quality. Okay. There's a,
Oh, I'm being.
yeah.
So don't err in that.
My producer says that there's a lot of people out there who are nut jobs who basically say, you know, people are persecuting me, the academics are persecuting me, you know, but they're persecuting you because you're a nut job, okay? You do want to strive for academic excellence, even if you disagree with them. Okay? Especially if you disagree. Okay? So if you disagree with the academics, that's fine. But just do it in a good way, responsible way. Do it in a way that's intellectually rigorous. Intellectual rigor is basically the difference between somebody who's doing really good scholarship and somebody who's on the fringe. No. It's okay to disagree. It's okay to disagree with somebody. It's not okay to do it in an intellectually dishonest or sloppy manner. Yeah.
It's got to.
Like, there have been commentaries out there that academics have universally panned. But sometimes those commentaries have little gems in them that are really important for understanding other things. So, it's okay to disagree. Just do it in a rigorous way. Okay, so there's that. Yeah. Next question here is from the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Why do those who speak in tongues sound the same? Ooh, I'm going to get in trouble for this one. Okay. There are two kinds of tongues. Three kinds of tongues. Okay. There are three kinds of tongues. There are the human languages. Parlez-vous français? Pompi. Où est la poubelle? Human languages. Okay? Sprechen Sie Deutsch? So, habla español. There are human languages, and they are distinct as human languages. Then, there are the so-called angelic languages. Now, here's the difference. Here's the thing. Angelic languages are still languages, and they have the meter and tone of a language. Now, here's the thing. If you learn enough languages, you can tell that something is a language. Okay? Because languages follow a cadence. They follow a cadence. They have certain stresses on certain syllables. There's something that does this. Okay? So you've got human languages, you've got angelic languages, and then you've got gibberish. Okay? A lot of what passes for angelic languages is actually gibberish. The problem is we don't know what a true angelic language is, but boy, you can tell if it's gibberish. Gibberish has no difference in cadence, no difference in tone. There's no differences in phonemes. It has none of the earmarks of a real language. So, why do those who speak in tongues sound the same? Because a lot of them are forcing it, and it comes out as gibberish. It's just automatic speaking, but it's automatic speaking that bypasses Broca's area. So, Alexis, I'm tired of the gibberish. Yeah, I am too, actually. You know, it doesn't really do us any good. It doesn't do us any good. It's not edifying for the church. And here's the thing. The purpose of tongues is to edify the church. That's the purpose of it. Okay? Like, for example, the Apostle Paul says, if someone speaks in tongues, there should be also an interpreter. Okay? There should be someone... It's not tongues for the sake of tongues. It's tongues for the sake of edification. You know, there was a Pentecostal church downtown in Vancouver that I attended. Just one Sunday, and I heard it. Okay, you know, 5 guys get up and start speaking in tongues, and finally they have one interpreter. None of those sounded like a language to me. It all sounded like gibberish. I mean, what do I know? I mean, I only know 13 languages. What? It's not like I can recognize a language when I hear one. Nah.
Actually, it's more.
Well, it's more than that if you count the computer languages, as my producer says, but I don't count the computer languages. I only count the human ones. Okay. And that's not even counting the fragments of language I know. Well, I know fragments of about like a dozen others. Pieces of about a dozen others. So okay. So thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Bubble Homeschool for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How close is the Gould language in Stargate to actual Egyptian? Asking the fun one. From what I can tell, it's very it's not that close. They tried to get it close to, say, Egyptian, at least in some respects, but it's not that close. There's marked differences. Okay. Yeah, I know that's disappointing. But it does. The guy who was doing the consultation for Stargate is an actual Egyptologist out of the UCLA. But they didn't keep the Gould language consistent with Egyptian. So eventually it's sort of just kind of drifted off into its own thing. But it's got a lot of mistakes. Even on the movie, the Gould language has a lot of mistakes that would not count as actual Egyptian. Okay, so thank you very much for that fun question. Very much appreciated. The Vermin, the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Would you ever become a pastor? I don't know. My producers thinks I should. The problem is nobody wants me as a pastor. Okay. It's not like I haven't tried. I have applied to pastoral positions. Okay? Several times. I've done but for some reason dang, he gave that side eye. Yes, we do.
He would be.
Pastor Falk would be legit, though. Okay, look. Here's the thing. I do have a Master of Divinity. I have pastoral training. I am fully qualified to become a pastor. Okay? But a lot of congregations don't want pastors that say a lot of truth. The problem is, yeah, you know, once you start doing the pastor thing, congregations are, it's difficult to be a pastor. it's difficult these days to become a pastor. Look, if someone rung me up on the phone, okay, and said, you know, hey, I would really like you to come and visit our church and consider being our pastor, sure, I would definitely hear that out. No question, I would hear that out. But I also understand too that being a pastor's hard. It's difficult. And congregations can tire of their pastor very fast. Congregations are very fickle. And frankly, I'm not ordained. Okay? Someone would have to ordain me. So, yeah, I've given thought to this. I have given thought to this. I have considered being a pastor. There was a time I really wanted to be a pastor. Okay? I'm a very good preacher. If I do say so myself, and every preacher says this, but okay, but I am a good preacher. Yeah, congregations say so as well. But I'm also the sort of preacher too that will convict. That hey, what? I'll be the first pastor to tell you, hey, you're sinning. Stop it. Okay. A lot of congregations don't want this. So, I believe in, raising elders to become new pastors. Vermin the trash vet. Oh, we know you would convict. Yeah, you got me. Danny Dement. Mayhaps they don't want it, but boy, do they need it. Vermin the trash rat, but that's what we need. We all need it. Every one of us needs it. Bubba Homeschool, the Universal Life Church. I could probably ordain you. Might have to pay an extra $50 to become a pope first. We know somebody who was a part of that. Several people. Dan Lopez, yeah. Maureen, she was in too. Oh yeah. One of the rabbit moms was? Yeah. Oh yeah. A couple of them even are trying to touch the tax system using it. Woo. Ooh. Yeah, don't do that. If you're a pastor, be mindful of your tax obligations, because it's often not what you think. Okay. Okay. Isaac Freeman. What would the communion juice at your church be like? Whiskey?
Oh my, that's
Whiskey works surprisingly well in communion cups. What can I say? Okay, we're about 10 minutes to midnight here. Let's finish up our super chats here. But the long and the short of it, yeah, is yeah, if Trevor trash right. All right, you convinced me. But yeah, I would consider being a pastor. I would have no problems with becoming a pastor, but those who would be in a position to make me a pastor might have a different opinion on it. So I will just leave it at that. All right. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Remember the trash vet for $2. What do you love most about the Lord? His grace. Absolutely, His grace. His incredible grace, unmerited favor. Unmerited favor. Nothing I did earned God's favor. I am nothing but a worthless sinner, saved by grace. Those who do not understand grace do not understand the Lord, and they don't understand salvation. Okay? So, that's what I love most about the Lord. It's His grace and His mercy. Okay, next one here from Juan for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What influenced Gnosticism? They appear randomly. Okay. Gnosticism comes out of Egyptian religion. It's the direct descendant of Egyptian religion. And it is basically a convergence of Platonic thought and Egyptian religion. That's the origins of Gnosticism, which is why we find it as early as the 2nd century BC. So, that's the major influences that started Gnosticism. But after that, it just sort of took hold wherever it went. That whole allegorical method that's behind Gnosticism. And if you want to learn more about Gnosticism, we have an entire series, I think a 3-part series just on Gnosticism. So, it's not random. It's not random. There are some places where Gnosticism never took hold. It's really uncanny. Some places, it just took root like wildfire. Like in Iraq, in the Mandean population, it took hold. Took hold amongst early Christian sects and Jewish sects in Egypt. It completely failed to take hold in Rome. And this is really remarkable. It seems that wherever allegorical interpretations were really highly esteemed, Gnosticism takes hold. Places where the allegorical stuff is deprecated, it seems to be like dry ground to Gnosticism. It just can't take root. So, very interesting, the history and the patterns of the growth of Gnosticism. Okay. Next one here is from John Bullerman for 20 Canadian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and glad you could join us tonight. If you're an Egyptologist, why haven't I seen you on Ancient Aliens? Boom, checkmate. Because real Egyptologists don't show up on Ancient Aliens. Only guys with really weird hair. Could be. They look more like this guy here, okay? You have to look like that guy to show up on Ancient Aliens. You have to look like Mr. Empty Conjecture to be on Ancient Aliens, okay? If you don't look like Mr. Empty Conjecture, you're not showing up on Ancient Aliens. My hair is not real, it does not spread out enough for this. You have to look like a Centauri from Babylon 5 to show up on Ancient Aliens. Just stiffen it up like the full Centauri. Okay, so thank you very much for the support of the channel, and thank you for that question, I think. Okay, and the last super chat here, and it looks like it's probably going to be the last super chat of the night, which is from Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What is your opinion of the International Standard Version of the Bible? Okay. The ISV is very interesting. Now, from what I gather, the ISV has tried to deprecate traditional readings, which is a good thing. I'm all in favor of, say, deprecating traditional readings. A lot of bad understandings come out of traditional readings. So I applaud it for that. I haven't read the translation, though, closely enough to form an opinion. Okay? I don't own a copy of it. And I don't like recommending or even venturing an opinion about a version of the Bible I don't own a copy of. If I don't own a copy of it, I haven't lived with it. I insist on living with a translation, which is why I still have the Net Bible here right beside me here. I'm still living with it. And then once I have lived with it for a few months, I then feel comfortable to make a recommendation one way or the other. Okay? So, I at least like the idea that they aren't using traditional renderings. I want to see what the rest of the translation looks like. All right? So that's what I understand so far about it. Okay? So thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you for your support of the channel through the memberships that you give out. We really, really appreciate it and are so grateful for your support. Okay. We got a super sticker here from Subin Paul for, it looks like, is that 20 rupee? I think that's rupee. Thank you for that. We really, really appreciate it. And thank you for your support of the channel. It really helps, and we really appreciate it. Okay. We'll take a couple non-super chats, and then we'll call it a night here. Danny Dement, FWIF, I bet you could pull off a great Londo. I want one of those frock coats. I like the frock coats. Oh my gosh, were those nice. Especially the navy blue one. The Centauri frock coats were just gorgeous. Yeah. Napoleonic frock coat. Yeah, that Napoleonic frock coat was just, amazing.
I did Empire.
Yeah. Cartagio. Oh yeah, the guy who played Cartagio, best Nero ever. Scary Nero. Okay? If you want a really good insight into what Nero would have been like, look at Emperor Cartagio from Babylon 5. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant acting. But yeah, those frock coats are beautiful. I love those frock coats. Not so fun about the hair, but the frock coats are gorgeous.
Well,
the hair was ridiculous, but
the hair was a joke.
It was a joke that just misfired, yeah.
He didn't know it was.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And walked in. Okay, that's what he.
Danny Dement says the Centauri were a great representation of Roman decline. It was actually meant originally to be the French Empire, apparently. Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be Rome originally. It was supposed to be France. But they added these Roman elements to it. Yeah, the actor that played Cartagio looked for a role model to be a mad emperor and saw Nero. I mean, best Nero ever in anything. I mean, I looked at it and goes, dang, this is Nero. This is so Nero. Yeah, seemingly sane on the surface, but absolutely bonkers. Dangerously deadly bonkers and put into a position of absolute power.
Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that, yeah.
Whichever country.
Yeah. So we're going to take a couple 2 super chats, probably tops, and then we're going to call it a night. Non-super chats, sorry, and then we're going to call it a night. Okay. Paul Subin just added a super chat here. We're not going to take that right now, and it's like after 11 at this point. So was it 10:45? You said. Okay. All right. Let's. Okay. I'm trying to find that other one. Who said it? No, the other one. The first one. I'm having troubles finding it. What's the timestamp again? 10:20. 10:20. I found it. Okay. Algot Robertson asks, should we care for the book order when creating theology? Sometimes it seems that pastors read passages in some verses, but from books that came later. Okay. I think book order matters to some extent. Okay. A lot of thought has been put into canon, the order in which books appear. One of the things you'll notice is, like, for example, the Jewish canon is different than, say, the Catholic or the Protestant canon. The ordering is different. The books are the same, but the order is different. Like, for example, in the Jewish canon, Chronicles comes at the end. Okay. And they kind of put it at the end because they kind of seen it as a lower sort of reference. So for them, that was sort of the end mark of it, even though there are prophets that came after it chronologically. So, so the whole study of canon is its own thing. And when you start creating theology, there's a couple kinds of theology you're gonna run into. Okay. You've got, we've already tonight talked about biblical theology, which is talking about the arc of from creation to consummation. In the case of that biblical theology, you're going to want to take the books of the Bible in chronological order when formulating your chronology, or you're formulating your theology. Okay? But that's not the only type of theology. You've got systematic theology. In systematic theology, the order of the books don't matter, because you have a synchronic view of theology. You're going to look at all the books as if they occurred at the exact same time for systematic theology and say, okay, the Bible in general teaches this one thing about this particular aspect. Okay? For exegetical theology, you're not going to care about the order. You're just going to go right to your passage. You're just going to look at what the exegesis tells you about it, and you're going to stick to that. So you're going to drill down into a specific book, and it's not going to matter. Okay? Then you got historical theology. And historical theology looks at not just how theology developed through the canon, but how it developed through church history. In which case, the order is still going to have some effect upon what kind of theology you do. So ultimately, it's going to boil down to, what kind of theology are you doing? You're doing biblical theology? It's going to matter. If you're going to do historic theology, it's going to matter. You're going to do systematic theology or exegetical theology, is not going to matter. So it really... Well, okay. Yeah, she's
and I'm
my
systematic.
okay. My producer here points out that it still needs whatever systematic or historical theology or exegetical theology you do has to still be consistent with biblical theology and historical theology. Okay. Probably less so for historical theology, but definitely for biblical theology. But that's sort of one of those internal debates about the process of theology itself. You know, when does systematic theology come in conflict with biblical theology, or the reverse? Okay, so it's really going to depend upon what kind of theology you're doing ultimately. And that's all we can sort of answer on this one. So I would generally prefer to take those books in order, but it's also not always necessary either. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, now that last non-super chat. Let's think so. Yeah. Although I'd prefer not that one, honestly. Not until I have a chance to really study it in its Genesis context. I'll take just a moment here. I'll take this one quickly because SDRC 92126 asks, "Do you ever travel down to Seattle?" Very rarely. I sometimes travel to Seattle when I take a flight out, but I rarely go to Seattle. Even though I'm really close, I'm like 3 hours away. I suppose I could take a train to Seattle, but I almost never go. There's no reason for me to go normally. However, if a church wants me to come down and speak in Seattle, I have no problem doing it. Yeah, we could talk about the Ark on the Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context. I have done sermons on that. Okay, so let's take another non-super chat. Yeah, let's take that one. Where is that one? 827. Okay. Wormius wins last question. Unfortunately, Subin Paul, you came in after we sort of 827, you said? Okay, we could do that. That one is a final. Okay, Wormius asks the last non-super chat of the night. Should churches use instruments like drum sets and electric guitars in worship? Oh boy. Only if it has a really crunchy pedal. Definitely, if you're going to do electric guitar, there better be a really crunchy pedal on that. I'm just saying. Look, I have no problem with people using drums and electric guitars. I mean, drums were part of ancient worship. Okay, drums were used in the temple. Okay, lyres were used in the temple. That's your equivalent of ancient guitars. Okay, yeah, there better be one of those green pedals on that on that guitar. All I'm saying. Hard Rock Church and Cafe. Absolutely. There better be a double humbucker on that guitar and a nice green crunchy pedal. DC, I like my worship how I like my tuna, full of heavy metal. Okay. Uh, yeah, I don't have any problems with people using guitars, drums, pianos. I mean, in the 1920s, there was a huge uproar over the piano. I mean, there was so much debate in American churches over whether or not they use the devil's instrument, the piano. I mean, it's crazy. Well, that wasn't the thing. Okay.
They should have a problem.
Well, the piano was the instrument used in bars. Okay, that was the deal. That was the deal. Was the piano had been used in bars and saloons. Okay? Yeah, you know, shoot 'em up west. The piano was the instrument of choice in saloons. So churches thought, hey, we're not going to invite the devil's instrument here, the instrument of drunken carousing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Salvation Army putting Christian words to bar music. Well, that's what Martin Luther did. You know. Oh, Little Town of Bethlehem, or I think it was. Or was it Silent Night? One of those. Oh yeah. You know, Martin Luther put, you know, Christian words to bar songs.
Irish
Christian words to real Irish. One of drinking songs like "What You Do with a Drunken Sailor." Gaius Octavius, are kazoos permissible? Yes, but bagpipes aren't. Bagpipes are not musical instruments. They're weapons of war. That is technically true. Their bagpipe is not a musical instrument. It's a weapon of war. It is defined as a weapon of war. So, kazoos are permissible. Electric guitars are permissible. Drums are permissible. Bagpipes are weapons of war. There's actually still certain laws in the books that you can't play bagpipes on the heath. There's still laws in the books for that. Because it is a weapon of war. Danny DeMid. But I like bagpipes. Oh, but Danny, you like nukes too. Come on. BC, that makes sense. If I ever go to battle, it's going to be to the bagpipes. Well, they were effective, yeah. Well, they used them in battles right up into World War II. Yeah, they were British. Exegetical apologetics. Welcome to the Bagpipe Church of Christ. Well, there were still British units in World War II with bagpipers. You know, it's crazy. I mean, I wouldn't want to go rushing into battle with somebody doing a bagpipe calling attention to my location, but they did it. Yeah, if they knew where you were, yeah. No, it's crazy, but yeah, they did that into World War II. Yeah. Of course, I think they stopped. I think it came to an end during World War II though, because of it just didn't make sense much more in battle. But yeah, bagpipes are still considered a weapon of war, not a musical instrument. Okay, so we'll take that last super chat and then we're going to call it a night here. And that was fun. And Subin Paul for 40 rupee. Deuteronomy 23:15-16. Is it for all slaves? Let's take a look. I understand that the whole matter of slavery in the Old Testament is, and I've said this before, it's a specialty. Okay, there's a ton of literature that's published on this every year. And I don't keep track of it. Lot of work goes into the whole idea of slavery and law. Okay, so as long as you understand that, Deuteronomy 23:15-16. All right. All right. So far, it is the passage is talking about various people who can and cannot enter the assembly. You've got the Moabite, the Ammonite shall not enter into the assembly. But you shall not detest the Edomite, because he's your brother. You shall not detest an Egyptian, because you were an alien in his land. When you go out as an army against your enemies, you shall keep yourself from every evil thing. And it talks about night emissions and the sort of the whole camp thing. Okay. 15-16 here. You shall not hand over to his master a slave who has escaped from his master to you. He shall live with you in your midst, in the place where he shall choose, in one of your towns, where it pleases him. You shall not mistreat him. Okay. And that's all it says. So that's the context here. Okay. The context here is who's allowed in the assembly, who isn't. So that sort of shapes our, and then it talks about, say, you shall not make the daughters of Israel cult prostitutes, and nor sons of cult prostitutes, etc. Okay. So this is, at least as far as we can tell, applicable to all slaves. Okay? Whether that slave has been sold into slavery, was a foreign slave, whether it was an Israelite slave, does not matter. It can even be a slave from another country. We do have examples of that, where we're told if a slave flees from another country and finds sanctuary, you are not to give him back to his master. Okay? So the long and the short of this here is that this applies to all slaves, regardless of how they became slaves. So that's really what we're talking about here. This is a universal. There's no qualification here. And the context is talking about who's admitted and who is not admitted to the assembly. So basically, it's finishing off talking about what happens after a war, your relations to the Edomites and the Egyptians, and now the slaves. Okay, slaves that flee. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And it seems to be for all slaves who escape any master, regardless of circumstances. Okay. And we are just almost at the end here. I am going to probably take one more non-super chat. Just because I feel generous. Of course, the bunny's acting up right now. He wants attention. Yeah, she was just in the well. Okay, so All right. This is going to be the last serious super chat of the night. Totally serious. Is Bigfoot real? My producer says absolutely. Prove me wrong, bro. Well, if you ask Kent Hovind, he thinks it's real. Could be. Could be. I mean, look, I mean, I admit I believe some strange things, but this is a little far from me. Okay. Look, I mean, the idea of oversized apes, okay, that's one thing. All right. Gorilla, yeah, sure. 19th century, nobody knew that the gorilla exists because it was a furtive animal. But I'm not buying this one. Okay, this was a step too far for me. Remember the trash rat? Seriously? He believes that? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, totally. Oh yeah, Ken Hovind believes. I mean, he believes in Bigfoot. Okay, you know you'll even hear him talk about the skunk ape. Oh yeah, there's lots of evidence for the skunk ape. Oh yeah, yep. There's evidence for the skunk ape, and it's Bigfoot. Yeah, Bigfoot. Guys, Octavius, of course he's real. I saw him hanging out with Nessie near a lake. Alexis, I believe in mermaids first. Exegetical apologetics. I'm dying now, thanks. Alexis laughing my A off. Danny Dement, the things Hovind believes may shock you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Some of the stuff he believes. Whoo, crazy town.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Oh yeah. I mean, this is. I mean, my producer says, you know, this is giving the atheists ammo. I mean, it really is. You know, this is given. I mean, he believes some weird stuff, and it just gives the atheists fodder. It gives them fodder. I mean, Ron Wyatt, Kent Hovind, these crazies are giving the atheists fodder. Oh yeah. Hmm? Yeah. Oh yeah, there is a moral culpability to this that's deadly serious, but whoa. Danny Dement, Hovind believes the Great Pyramid was a pre-flood artifact that the Egyptians merely discovered, then modeled and mythologized their civilization around the post-flood. He believes that the Great Pyramid was the first pyramid. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's crazy. And he thinks that these pyramids were altars built by Abraham. It's really nuts. It's really nuts. Vermin Trash Rat, does he believe in a flat Earth? No, he doesn't. He doesn't believe in a flat Earth, but what he believes is pretty crazy as it is. You know, his whole thing with the pyramids is crazy. He believes in cryptids, like Bigfoot, like Nessie, like Champ, the Lake Champlain monster. Yeah, and people wonder why Christianity gets ridiculed. I mean, Alexis, what a nut. Yeah. Ain't no way. Yeah. Well, and the real the thing that I think is even worse is a lot of people still support these guys. What's his name? Donnie from oh, what was that channel? What's his name? The used car salesman. Can't remember the channel name. Somebody will eventually remember it, but SFT, yeah, standing for truth. Yeah, yeah, he supports Kent Hovind. You know, he's a Kent Hovind maximalist. Um, so you know, it's not like Kent Hovind doesn't have his advocates in the apologetic space. You know, they're really growing in influence still. And I think this is what I think is really tragic about this stuff. You know? Yeah, we are not only just dealing with the Ron Wyatts, we're dealing with the Kent Hovinds and the SFTs and all the people that support this. So, you know, Danny DeMint adds, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if some cryptids exist. Oh, no, I wouldn't be either. Or existed at some point. But they're more like myths that sprang up around finding fossil remains of prehistoric birds or animals. Yeah, but there's some that are more credible than others. You know? You know, maybe deep sea monsters. There's some credibility there because we do know things grow really big, really deep. Giant squid. Architeuthis. Those things are monsters. Yeah. 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 Christian Mouse says it's all a grift to make money, and it is, yeah. In the case of, say, you know, Kent Hovind, it is a grift. It's definitely a grift to make money. In the SFT's case, it's probably the same thing. So, so the long and the short of this is that, do I believe is Bigfoot real? No. No, I would basically at this point say there's sufficient evidence to show that Bigfoot is not real. Okay? Like, for example, all the trace remains that have been found have been shown to be bears, essentially. Genetic typing now has been pretty thorough about this. So, Ancient History Gamer, gorillas were once a cryptid. Yeah, once. 200 years ago. 200 years ago. Not today. You know? But again, there's some places that remain unexplored, like the deep oceans. The deep oceans remain unexplored. So I can still conceive of, say, a kraken-like animal deep down. Okay? That's conceivable. I can understand that. I can get behind that. Again, because the deep sea has not been completely explored. The land has. Okay? No, we have not. There's been no giant squid attacks in modern times. There's been some sperm whale attacks in modern times, but no squids. The thing with squid is they tend to go really deep. Really, really deep. So, squid don't like coming up to the surface. Sperm whales do. And sperm whales can be very aggressive. Okay? But, a squid don't. They sort of stay in the deep deeps. Alexis, sperm whales are dangerous? Yeah, they can be. Especially if you've got a bull with a bunch of calves around. Oh yeah, they're very protective. In fact, the book Moby Dick was based upon a real sperm whale attack. Okay. And most people don't even know that was based upon a real incident. And the real incident is more terrifying than than the book. The book kind of whitewashes it a little. Oh yeah, well, in real life, the sperm whale destroyed the ship, and the sailors had to resort to cannibalism. Oh yeah, yeah, it was much worse in real life. Yeah, shark attacks, yes. Yeah. Um, but again, those are typically smaller species of shark too, for the most part, or accidents. You do get shark attacks that are accidents. Um, like for example, the larger the animal, the less it's likely to attack a human being in general. Um, the fact is that for food, most human beings aren't worth the cost. Like for example, even like killer whales. Killer whales don't attack humans. Not because we aren't big, we just aren't worth the calories. We don't have enough calories to keep a killer whale fed. A killer whale would have to eat the equivalent of like 5 human beings a day to stay alive. A killer whale would much rather eat fish or seals. There's much more calories in a seal than there is in a human being. So this is why killer whales don't attack humans. It's just not worth it. Same reason that great white sharks don't normally attack humans. Now, great white sharks will attack humans if they are, like, for example, on a surfboard, and they look like a seal or they look like another shark entering their territory. White sharks are very territorial. Okay? But they're not so interested in eating humans. Smaller sharks are, like tiger sharks, bull sharks. I mean, bull sharks are very dangerous. Tiger sharks are very dangerous to humans, and they'll eat humans just because they're worth the time. But white sharks tend to be more interested in seals. Because white sharks, unlike, say, tiger sharks, are also migratory. Basically, what white sharks will do is, especially on, say, the west coast of the Pacific, and we actually have white sharks off the coast here in Vancouver. Hmm? Because we don't harvest it. So basically, what happens here is the migratory route of the white shark in, say, North America is they eat some seals and in San Francisco or sea lions. Okay, usually about 5 of them, and then they'll migrate up the coast of North America, following the salmon, and they'll eat their salmon all the way up to Alaska. And yes, there are white sharks off the coast of Alaska. And then they'll come right back down again, following the salmon again until they hit the seal grounds in San Francisco and, say, California. So, so white sharks are not very interested in human beings because the fat to bone and protein ratio isn't worth that. White sharks want lots and lots of fat. So, that's going to be the final question of the night here. I see Bon Bon finally showed up, a bit late. We're just closing up here. So anyway, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. I want to thank the super chatters who are basically putting food on our table, keeping the lights on, and bringing these live streams back to you. We really appreciate your support, and we are so, so grateful. We also want to thank our YouTube and Patreon subscribers who are basically helping us on the other end. We do really appreciate your help and really appreciate it. Oh, Bon Bon, we missed you. Okay, you should have showed up earlier. Okay. We so missed you. We could have used some of your questions tonight. Okay. And finally, we want to thank our regular viewers who watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button and the bell, and pass on the URLs to our videos to other social media so that the word gets out. With that said, thank you very much for watching. We're glad you could join us tonight, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.